I pressed the...
Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn Kitten as the fearless lead. And Fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Bemo's crush goes like magic in the air. Depressed Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
We are live.
Welcome, everyone.
We
So,
are missing a
We're
kitten.
down. Yes. A kitty, a box office specialist, and a artiste.
Our ranks are quite thin.
Indeed.
Indeed. Now, I did promise Kita I would share several of the pictures that she's taking on her vacation. So, if you would allow me to present.
Ooh, okay.
Let's see. Where's the... Here we go. She took a picture for each of us on Thinkers. This would be mine, I presume.
Nice.
And this is Charles.
41 minutes.
Nice.
Indeed. This was Gray.
Oh, so mustardy.
Love
I like it.
This is Fox Rue, of course.
Is it Nari?
Oh.
I'll see it.
Hydra.
Ooh, okay.
Very fancy golden Hydra. Bimo.
Of course.
I can see it.
And then we get into a bunch of food pics. For more food pics, you guys can see this in the Discord, which y'all should join. If these are
Wow.
shrimp, these are
Yeah,
amazing.
they're hargao. Oh man, they're so good.
Right? Best dim sum thing to get.
No, sumai is pretty good, but it's the other
That's
classic
true.
staple. Oh, those are great too. The long rice noodles. Oh, so good.
Yes.
Is that kanji or whatever they call that?
Yeah.
Fa? Not quite fa.
Okay, I thought it was the rice.
No.
thing.
Yeah, the rice. I know what you're talking about.
The porridge.
Kanji's more of a porridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks amazing.
It does. The shrimp head's a little scary. Ooh,
Mhm.
the bubbles look effervescent.
Indeed. That looks great.
Ah,
Some delicious candy.
yeah.
Ooh.
And I was reassured in the Discord that Kitet did not eat this. And that sounds exactly like something someone who did eat this would say.
I mean, it's got cherry in
It's
the name.
only accidentally next to the food pics. Definitely, yeah.
Dongo is the name of the...
Yes, Dongo.
So today it sounds like we will be covering some Ukraine topics, some journalism around the Ukraine topic. We were also supposed to have a JMac. We hope he got the link.
We tried to
successfully.
ensure it by so normally our contact is Bimo, who's sadly not with us. We think that he sent JMac the link, but I tried and got my Twitter account somehow locked down. So We're hoping it made it to him.
Apparently, if you never PM people on Twitter and then one day you decide to do it, it locks you out.
I like,
Unusual activity. Yeah.
yeah, I like to think that
Very unusual.
JMac is a protected class. Is what I
Yeah, it makes
prefer
sense.
to think of it as. We must
Oh,
protect
gosh.
the JMacs. They are a precious commodity.
Indeed. Foxru, how was your week? How are you doing today?
Busy, you
Uh,
know.
That's the one.
Yeah, busy. Oh, Elma.
Cool.
For Lord
Jinkies.
Cameron, he's saying we need a token female. It's the least. I
There you
can
go. There you go. So,
Well, Velma Poupette, then, how have you been this
Yeah.
week?
Man, it's a hell of a week. Unexpected all the way. Yeah, my furnace happened to go out, so I've been getting a whole bunch of people coming in, and apparently everything needs to be replaced because it's like 17 years old. So it's a much bigger expense than I ever anticipated, and yeah, I'm like 20K in the hole on this one. So
Ooh.
yeah, I've been talking to contractors and yeah, loan sharks, bank people, whoever I can talk to yeah, try and figure out what the hell I'm doing with this. But yeah, it sucks, man. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was just going to be a fun week and you know, good times. But other than that, everything's great.
Wonderful. And Hydra, how's your week going?
Absolute dog shit. I feel horrible. I'm very sick. My stuff is all broken. I need to buy new things. I can't find the thing I need. Just all of the just garbage in general. Everything that could possibly be breaking around me is breaking, etc. Yeah, I really don't want to. Like, I don't want to lower the happiness levels of the stream any further. But yeah, not well.
Understood. Then I had a busy week, but I got a lot of hiking in, so that was nice. And obviously, lots of stuff in the news to pull my hair out over. We'll cover some of it. Shall we get started? Gray, would you like to run us through the week's news and then a clip?
Yeah. So are we going with the meeting that the world is talking about, or which one are we starting with? In case we get JMac, should we save that one?
Wait, what? I mean, I guess chronologically we should start with the meeting. It's my hope. But when JMac comes, we'll drop everything and see what's up with JMac, of course. But it was my hope that we would be able to sort of segment the Ukraine topic into the meeting itself and then coverage of the meeting, just so everyone in chat knows kind of what I would love to organize this as. But, you know, best laid plans of mice and statues.
Well,
great.
It was a good idea, but that's how good ideas die.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them.
Oh, shit. Nope. Wait. Okay.
Wait. Donald Trump invaded the stream. Holy shit, what happened? It just started playing on its own. Nobody could...
Yeah. I forgot. That's one of the fun things that StreamYard does. Yeah, the second you bring up a thing, it just starts playing. So this is... What was it ended up being? Like a 47-minute meeting or something like that? And so this is about 40 minutes in. I cut a couple of exchanges, and then the one that everyone's talking about. So yeah, there already was the discussion of this mineral deal, but yeah, we're not going to end up talking a ton about that. But yeah, there is this
that in itself is a whole can of worms with a bunch of bullshit. That's just the people that have the most control over it seem to know the least about it. It pisses me off so much.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's also the State of the Union.
Oh, that's another can of worms. We're going to go into that too.
Indeed.
Yeah, we currently don't have any coverage of that one. But, you know, this is what set the world on fire up until the State of the Union.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go. I think that chronologically going might be a good idea.
Agreed. Now, to clarify from the outset, this meeting was intended to be a mineral deal meeting, right?
Amongst other things.
Yes, sort of. So it's sort of the public-facing part of this deal where they're just kind of answering what you would assume would be kind of softball questions and just kind of vaguely talking about it, but supposedly the actual deal would happen behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Supposedly they had like a lunch prepared and it was waiting for them just outside the room, but it did not end up going that way.
Mm-hmm.
No. So, well, shall we start with the clip then?
Sure. So this is about 41 minutes into it, I believe.
There will be so many things in that to break down. Let's just get started.
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" It doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin.
So,
well, it can actually, but okay.
I don't think there's anything in that sentence alone that's totally unreasonable. I don't like this idea that you can. Don't get me wrong. I am no fan of Putin whatsoever, but I don't like the idea that you can be like two-faced about how you interact with people. But
my guess is the word align is what's going to flip up a lot of people, and it is what rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. Maybe you shouldn't have used the word align, but yeah, the fundamental point, if I'm trying to steal man what he's saying, is that, well, you're going to have to be able to have a conversation with both sides, because you cannot have a deal when two people aren't sitting down at the same table, etc. It's just aligning with someone is generally more so the it's a much stronger word than what somebody would use to gonna make a deal and consider your viewpoints, etc.
A lot of people get hung up on precise language that people use and then make assumptions over the general meaning. He seems to be trying to communicate that he needs to be diplomatic and not inflammatory to both sides. Or to one side or the other. That he needs to be diplomatic with both. I mean, if I'm steel manning. You know?
Yeah, that would be great, but I don't have too much faith that Donald Trump will be the one to do that. But hey, he's trying.
I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world.
The path to peace?
Yeah, aligned with the world. Fair enough. I mean, like, if we're trying to steel man his point, fair enough. Two sides at war are probably angry with each other. They're probably not looking at each other in the best possible light.
Probably the guy who is being beaten down is the one that is angry or that didn't start the thing. But
yeah, I'm not convinced that Putin is really angry.
I've seen him. I've seen a lot of Putin speak, both publicly and some of his leaked private stuff. From what we are able to see, he is not necessarily, quote-unquote, angry at Ukraine, at the Ukrainians. He's more so angry at his own people that the operation isn't going as planned at all. And he doesn't necessarily have that anger towards Ukraine. He just has, what can I say as a good comparison? If you are, what did the SS officers in the concentration camps say? They aren't angry at the Jews. They just view them as an obstacle to be cleansed. Like, well, when you are killing bugs with a spray, are you angry at them or do you just want them removed? Essentially, Putin's attitude is kind of just Ukraine is not a real country. It's a fabrication. Ukrainian people are not real. It's a made-up ethnicity. They are just an obstacle in my way to achieve something else. Like, You're not necessarily angry at it. You're more so angry at the why isn't the obstacle removal going wrong as planned. But yeah, that's just Putin personally. A lot of Russian people and a lot of people in the Russian leadership are going to be completely different. But that's just Putin himself in his weird ideological bubble has that particular approach.
Right. It looks like we're about to get into a Vance segment, but
oh boy.
My 2 cents, Paffy, I do claim or put the bulk of it on Vance.
He did seem to be somewhat confrontational himself during this, but I did clip out some of it. Again, go watch the full thing for even more context. It seems like Vance's second exchange is kind of the main thing that truly set things off, but this was kind of his first interjection, and I only clipped part of it. But yeah, you'll see where it goes. But I think definitely his I guess diplomacy, the way that he approached this, definitely exacerbated the situation.
Hydra.
Wait. I was just gonna say, I don't think he should talk at all. I mean, we have 2 presidents from.
No, I'm not sure why he was there.
I mean,
it didn't seem like he needed to be.
That's a fair decision.
Marco Rubio should have been there. I don't think there's any problem with Vance being there in the first place. I do think there's a problem that he felt so emboldened to speak up.
Well, I mean, if we have Donald Trump saying like, "Hey, you should be thanking us," isn't it kind of like the "please clap" type deal? Like
it is, but hey, we didn't get to that part yet, and I do have some comments about that because
I just mean, you got to have a hype man. Maybe he'll say the things that would be not
okay.
Right
let's stop memeing and continue to up to the stream.
Wait.
Or yeah. Sorry, Dorcas was about to ask something. Yeah.
But Hydra, with Nico's question, is Russia still capturing territory slowly?
It's sort of fluctuating back and forth. Like you can point to certain areas of the map and say, look, they advanced 300 meters. But then the same is true for Ukraine. So it's very much they are pushing a little bit here, they are pushing a little bit there. Where I can really say, if you ask me to name a front where only Russia has been advancing and there have been no counterattacks, anything, then I would just say the Kursk Oblast and the region where Ukraine counter-invaded into Russia, and then they took a bunch of stuff and then they dug in there, and very, very, very slowly the incursion area is shrinking, but it's like a snail's pace to the point where Russian high command has trouble burying all the people on the land they've captured that died to capture it. Like they are giving out manuals to the frontline soldiers about how to dig mass graves because there just isn't enough space where they capture things where the ground is good enough to bury the people there. So there's a bunch of logistic stuff because they don't have logistic capabilities to transport the dead bodies elsewhere. So yes, technically there is pushing back and forth, but it's absolutely minuscule. Like compared to the grand encircling maneuvers and all of the rapid assaults that Ukraine was doing in the first year of the war, when they retook a bunch of land north and south very, very quickly, that took Russia 6 months to capture, and the Ukraine captured it in 3 days. Like that fast-moving phase is long gone. There are very smooth pushes here and there, this town, that place, etc., but not much is going on other than a stalemate.
Well, what you've just asked or brought up brings up a question that I wanted to ask the panel, because the landscape of the war is obviously very different when it started, particularly when it started under Biden, as opposed to the landscape now.
Yes, absolutely.
Particularly under Trump. So to the panel, I ask, can Ukraine win? And the reason I ask that is because a big talking point that I see on the right is that they don't want an endless war. So have people in America who support Ukraine been neglecting to define what an end to the
victory,
war would look
basically.
like?
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's what
So
you
my
need to ask
question is,
people.
yeah. So my question is, can Ukraine win, and what would victory look like?
Who's going to start
That's a
first?
really good
Are we going
question.
top to bottom? So, Andrew?
I mean, let's
Or-
go least informed to most informed. So I'll start. I have no fucking clue, man. You know, like it does seem like the type of wars that we're having these days are kind of endless. You know, everyone that I've heard is supposed to be just this really quick one. It doesn't seem to go that route. I don't know if the only way that you'd be able to do it is through like diplomacy, like through a ceasefire. If so, that would be a huge win. You know, they didn't exactly bend the knee or anything like that. So maybe, but I don't know. Kind of like Zelensky. I don't know if you can trust Russia's word, but I don't know. Someone who's more informed than I. What's your opinion? Can this be won?
It's difficult, but with the problem is, I think that it's going to, what is that? There'll be, even if you get things to cool down and stop and pause, I don't know that anything is going to be like totally like a complete paradigm shift until Putin passes away, until he's out of the picture, because he seems to be a very expansionist type person.
We got a $2 super chat.
Yeah. So your Ray happens to mention Z-Man's going to learn to show some respect.
Is that like Z-Man as Zelensky, or like Z for the Russian propaganda symbol?
Probably
I think we're talking about the president of Ukraine here.
But anyways,
the Z-Man himself.
Yeah. Don't.
But thank you for the super chat, sir.
Thank you for the super chat. Anyway, so the what is it? The
expansionist.
Yeah, no. Putin, yeah,
basically started wars ever since he got into power to this day, continuously.
Yeah,
so
continuously.
And he didn't just start wars like some US presidents. So, oh, we are going to airstrike this place as retaliation for something. No, he went in, killed everyone there, and annexed the country fully. Like that kind of expansionist war is what is more defining of his character, let's say.
Yeah.
For my own,
he's not fighting just wars on his border or inside of his border. He's fighting trying to gain territory. Just like in Crimea, he was going after resources, and he seems to be going after more resources. So he wants them. So what will it take to end the war is making him not go after them. And I don't know what that will take for him to decide that.
If you listen to the man himself, it seems like he has some interesting ideas. A lot of people forget this. Just a quick comment, not to interrupt you, or just feel free to continue afterwards. But the original declaration of war and what Putin demanded initially is that all of NATO withdraws into West Germany, essentially a de facto restoration of the Cold War borders. So that is something he talks about all the time, that he wants to restore the Soviet Union, but not communist, basically. And it's a little bit, this is my personal opinion, he wants to LARP a little bit as Peter the Great, especially with all of the symbolism and the colors and all of the things that he puts on the troops and the military and himself. But he does continuously talk about, what a tragedy of the collapse of the Soviet Union was, and it is our duty to bring it back, whatever it may take, etc., etc. And his territorial ambitions seem to confirm that, like Chechnya and South Ossetia and Georgia and Crimea and then Donetsk and then Luhansk, etc., all places that he invaded, systematically transformed, and then annexed into his own state, his own country.
And Hydra, did you give your answer to the questions?
The initial question is,
what will it take to stop the war?
Can Ukraine win, and what would victory look like?
Yeah.
Well, in the traditional sense, we are not going to see like Ukrainian troops roll into Moscow, hold a military parade, and like Russia's collapse. Like I don't think any reasonable person is arguing that that's going to happen. But depending on what you wish, there could be numerous ways for Ukraine to win. Now, a lot of people seem to be believing that a reasonable path to preserving what Ukraine wants and convincing Russia to stop is to give Putin what he currently holds or what he wanted. This is not possible because we've seen numerous times before, when you give Putin what he wants, he just rolls onto the next target. This is basically why appeasement didn't work back in World War II, even before that, and it doesn't work now on dictators. Also, saying that, oh, we're just going to freeze the conflict along current lines and give him what he holds now, and then, like, I don't know, admit Ukraine to NATO or something, and there is your peace, also isn't going to work because Putin is not going to agree to that. He has put himself domestically in a place where his support is fundamentally under the belief that all of Ukraine must be taken and absorbed into the Russian state in order to protect the average Russian person. And if Putin can't carry that out, then it will be seen as him abandoning the Russian people. His propaganda, his own narrative has put himself in a position where he cannot afford to lose this war. Even if he tries to say, look, we took Eastern Ukraine, that's it, there is a peace, those are the new borders where the front lines are currently. Even then, that will be seen as a colossal failure back home. And you will have a bunch of disgruntled troops coming back home from the front lines who just learned how to fire guns, who weren't paid properly, were treated like shit for no reason, and they're going to be very angry at you. And because your entire economy is mobilized, suddenly shit's going to crash because now all of these jobs are going to disappear. And that's a recipe for disaster that no dictator wants because they want to hold on to power. You don't want a bunch of angry, jobless people with guns ready to kill you that are mad at you. So that's also a no-go. And this is reflected by something that's going to be said later in this conversation, like, oh, you've been there for 3 years, you haven't tried to make peace. Ukraine has been basically trying to negotiate since like day 20 of the war. I might be wrong on that, but almost immediately they started negotiations. And basically the Russians refused to sit down with them. Even before this conversation took place that we can see right now, just a couple of months ago, Ukraine held a peace summit where everyone was invited, Russia, China, US, everybody, basically. And Russia just refused to show up, saying that, no, this is we don't negotiate with terrorists. They give a different excuse every time. We don't negotiate with terrorists. We don't negotiate with those that are impure of blood. We don't negotiate with made-up states, etc., etc. All the things come up. But essentially, the only real chance of ending this conflict is to use something that Putin will be forced to respect, because he will not stop, because he cannot stop this war on the terms that are offered to him by the West, because it will be seen as a failure domestically, and he will not honor any treaty that was signed, because every single time he broke all of the previous ones. He broke the Budapest Memorandum, etc., etc. I can list off all of the things, all of the previous peace treaties, more than 200 ceasefires that Ukraine has signed with them, and other treaties that Putin has broke all of them ever since then. So the only solution to end this is to use the one thing that Putin is forced to respect, and that is pure military strength. So in some way, shape, or form, Ukraine's territorial integrity doesn't matter which state's borders. I'm not going to argue about 2014 borders, 2020 borders, etc. But the mere fact is that the only way it can be held together is to use a powerful enough military that Putin will get it through his head that he is not going to be able to invade that. That's it, basically. And that's the only way to have a path to a stable peace. It's not even about who wins or whatever. It's just that's a way to end the conflict, basically.
Gotcha. Congo, Chris, asked if a DMZ hinterland solution is viable. It's something for my own take, it's something I would have to think about because I haven't thought about that as an option, but my instinct says unlikely.
Yeah, look at how other DMZs turned out throughout history.
That's what I was just going to say. From my experience with my limited knowledge of DMZ zones, I don't know that necessarily is a solution, especially with the kind of creep of, reclaiming territory or whatever. I'm not sure that these borders would necessarily stick, even if it's a Oh, sorry. I thought you were correcting me on border.
What North Korea and South Korea have.
Okay, back to the video.
And the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
And he occupied.
I mean...
I don't think that
I understand the initial statement. That's okay, Trump but the framing as this is what Trump does is like, he has done like the previous presidents also tried diplomacy. I'm just gonna say
we know Trump likes to think of himself as the great negotiator, the art of the deal guy. So it's not exactly surprising to me that this is his approach to try and how to resolve this thing. Obviously, from the beginning, and if I haven't said it before, my big concern was that he'd rush into a deal that wasn't favorable to Ukraine.
It seemed like what he was heading to, promising, I'll end the war within 24 hours, etc. Like, that is what caused people to think, what is the only foreseeable, reasonable thing that you can do within 24 hours? Freeze the current conflict lines. Then that's not going to be very great for either country involved, etc. Just more war, So that was what people's concern initially stemmed from.
But I think it would be a good feather in Trump's cap, or it's a sought after feather. He is able to say that he is the one of peace. Oh, hey, my thoughts are not important because J-Mac, the man himself.
We have received news from the mysterious absentee. Nice.
Oh yeah. So the very amazing J-Mac very generously super chatted in. His channel definitely appreciates that, but with the message PC is updating and then skull. Totally understandable. Not sure if our links made it through to you since my Twitter account is currently locked down because I sent my first DM to you, sir. But
if you
need a link, let us know and we will definitely get that to you, but no worries however long it takes.
But go back to your other thoughts. J-Mac says he got him. Good.
Nice.
So,
Nico asks about losing territory.
So basically, I disagree with the characterization that we have to give Putin a decisive nose-blooding. Ukraine already did that, basically. The Russian army has been mauled. They went through... all of their frontline units went through 100% casualties 3 times. Like, the entire thing is completely, like, it is a bloodied army. It's still fighting and it is still in one piece, but they definitely got their nose punched in. So I don't think there is any further necessity of, we got to deal a blow to Russia or anything. I think a lot of experts agree that a return to 2014 borders of Ukraine losing no territory at all is unfortunately very unlikely at this point. But in order for Putin to respect Trump's offer of a ceasefire, it needs to be different from all of the other ceasefires that Putin has agreed to and subsequently broke. And the reason that we know of one reason that will make Putin not break an agreement to invade a country, and that is thinking they cannot take them militarily. So that is what is most likely. I think most of the Western world would be fine with that. There is no necessity to like try to attack the Russian army in any other way. And unfortunately, even a lot of Ukrainians are resigned to lose territory and like never see some of their cities, some of their families, some of their children ever return to them and just forever be taken into Russia at this point, because they do not see the possibility of justice prevailing at all. They just want to kind of retain their homeland, even if in a fractured and reduced state. But they are willing to die for it anyway. So that is kind of the situation.
Right. And issues of whether or not Ukraine needs America aside, I think Zelensky is completely right to insist on some form of security guarantee, because Putin has proven himself to be completely unreliable in terms of honoring. Yeah, untrustworthy. That's
a peace treaty is just a piece of paper to him. Like, as long as there isn't something that's physically preventing him from breaking it, he will break it the moment it is advantageous, basically.
Right. Okay, more video.
Our big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind
That's
of
another thing too.
JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
So
I did cut some of the exchange in there. He had to clarify for Trump that he wasn't talking specifically about the time that Trump was in there, that it was all the way from Obama to the. So I cut out a little bit of it. There is more of an exchange in there if you want to go see it. But I think the point is made. You know, they've had ceasefires before, and one side didn't honor it.
Gotcha. And just in those clips alone, and I have watched the interview in its entirety, just not since it was first airing, but I haven't seen anything in this specific clip that sounds unreasonable yet.
Basically, he's trying to point out that, hey, just because this deal looks good doesn't mean that it's going to work, because look at all of these other deals that looked good at that time that we signed, and all of them failed for the exact same reason, basically.
Right. Well, get in, J-Mac.
J-Mac, join us, and you will be able to say whatever you want. Come on.
Please.
Get in here.
But building on Rosales' comment, the video you sent me the other day, Hydra, I think had a segment where it listed out what Putin's demands were. What do you think happens if Ukraine can't join NATO and if sanctions are lifted? Is it the end of the world? Is it not the end of the world?
If it let's just like the main contention is not, the main contention is just basically putting enough deterrent into Ukraine so that Putin can just invade again, breaking the treaty the moment it is convenient. It doesn't matter if it's NATO or some fucking European army or like the Australian kangaroos or whoever the fuck provides the security guarantees. But the whole point is to prevent him just breaking the deal again, as he always does. So entry into NATO, that would be a convenient way to do it. I don't know if that's what's going to be, that's what's going to happen in the end. But well, I don't know necessarily about the lifting of sanctions, because every single time in the past, hold on, let me think. It is an additional card that the Western side on the negotiating table can pull, so to speak. But I honestly don't know, because all of this requires the assumption that you will be able to make a lasting deal, which all hinges on a security guarantee, because clearly signing a piece of paper saying, hey, the United States will protect you is fucking worthless because they didn't protect you. Because the treaty said that if they get invaded by Russia, the United States will declare war and join them, but they didn't. So they want something more, obviously. Whatever form that will take, we don't know.
So Congo Chris brings up an important point that I think is important to talk about is the mineral deal supposed to have been a form of a security guarantee by getting Americans in the area and getting...
In of itself, that is not going to be a security guarantee because, first of all, the mineral deal is faulty on so many levels. Like, there isn't even clear if there are enough minerals to pay the exorbitant amount that is specified in that deal. It would take decades, and we don't even... The areas haven't been mapped properly because they were under the jurisdiction of the Soviet Union, and there weren't proper surveys conducted, etc., and then Russia invaded, and we don't know, etc. But just putting people there is first means you have to build the infrastructure. That's going to take years. Putting people there in of itself just doesn't mean that Russia can't invade, take it, and then say, hey, we allow you to continue the mineral deal and extract the mineral, maybe even at a cheaper price.
But it gives Americans a financial interest in the area, more so than there was before.
Yes, an interest in the area, but not an interest in protecting Ukraine, because some other authority can choose to uphold the deal in of itself. Like, if it was combined with, hey, mineral stuff and military bases around, or military bases around the mineral extraction sites, for example, or something else, then it would have more of a punch to it. But as it is right now, it's interest in the area, but not in the stability of the area, not in the people in the area, not in the government of the area, just the land directly, which doesn't provide the necessary security guarantee that Ukraine is looking for, because Americans had interests in other areas, as well as other governments had strong interests in areas that Russia then invaded, and that didn't provide a sufficient security guarantee. So Ukraine in of itself, to them, is like, well, thanks, but that's not going to be enough. Like, okay, maybe. Like, who knows? Just...
But it would be a strong start toward it, wouldn't it?
It would be a start towards something, but in and of itself is nothing. Like, if that's what the treaty started with and then continued on to more and more stuff, then that would be much better.
Well, J-Mac,
can you join
he
from your
disagrees
phone?
with you.
I have no mouth, and yet I must stream. J-Mac, get on your phone, join in, so you can say your words. Come on, man.
But he disagrees a little bit with that, and I think I'm a little bit on the J-Mac camp on this. So you're right; it's not going to be a guarantee, but with boots on the ground there, which supposedly
that's different. I would be for boots on the ground.
Supposedly the deal would put Americans on the ground.
No, not American soldiers, just Americans doing stuff with the land.
Not American soldiers. But it seems like it would be one more, I don't know what you want to call it, token, something else on
That's the problem. Ukraine doesn't want tokens at this point, because the original deal, the Budapest Memorandum, was more than a token. It looked like a rock-solid guarantee, and it wasn't enough. So they won't be satisfied with a token. Here, we are interested in your land now, because to them, that is like, okay, that is much less than the Budapest Memorandum, but what we started with, which was a guarantee that it didn't work. You're going to give us something that's less now, and this is supposed to keep the peace more than the original thing. So that's from the Ukrainian perspective. To them, that is like, well, thanks, but that's not enough. We're going to need something more, building off of that.
J-Mac, if you're okay with the quality, I think we're okay with it while your computer
I am from a phone. My quality is shit. Get your ass in there. No excuses allowed, J-Mac.
But Foxroo had something to say.
Yeah, an important note to make. A lot of people are making a much to do about the nukes in Russia, but it's important to remember that we removed the nukes from Ukraine to help de-escalate the situation, and it had the reverse effect.
Yep, exactly.
So do we not have some culpability in the situation as far as the defense of Ukraine on that
As
front?
far as the United States goes, they technically do have almost all of the responsibility for not following through the Budapest Memorandum and joining Ukraine in the war as they promised in the treaty, but everyone is long past that by this point. But yes, basically the idea... Hey,
yes.
Here he is, the man.
Yes, sir. I hear you. It's good quality.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Cool.
J-Mac, please monologue for a bit. How are you? How's your
Any
week?
opinions?
And why do you disagree with Hydra?
I'm not going to monologue too much. I'm still getting over a cold, so I got a little gunk. So bear with me. So I have been kind of staying out of a lot of this because I was too busy in my life, IRL, to really dive into all the nitty gritty of everything. But because BMO asked me to be on, he's like, "Hey, we're gonna be talking about the Ukraine stuff." I was like, "Okay, God damn it, I got to do research now." So rewatched the entire thing, not someone's commentary, the just unedited entire press conference, and formulate my own opinion based on that, and then also various arguments from opposing viewpoints, just so I can kind of get the entire 360-degree breakdown of everything. So first and foremost, kind of going off what Hydra was just saying, I think that when you talk about putting military bases, that is a huge signifier, and it's also a big money sink in any country or any place we decide to do that. You're talking millions upon millions of dollars of infrastructure. You're talking about the actual troops that it takes to send there. I used to work at a base, and let me tell you something about U.S. bases. They don't like doing shit there. It is all infrastructure from like 40 to 50 years, sometimes 60 years, and it takes forever for them to finally update things. So to actually build a state-of-the-art facility from the ground up, that is going to be extremely expensive. So you've got
Which is why you would generally want to combine it with the minerals thing, because then you would already build infrastructure for a reason. You are there for a reason, etc.
So
I suppose that's where it was going to go, but
yeah, but this is why that might be something that we'll never know because of how everything kind of blew up. But this is why I think there was a grave error kind of actuated here. The fact that anytime you have United States workers anywhere in the world, especially in places that are hot zones, there is almost an underlying understanding that you do not fuck with it, because especially when you have and that's going to be contingent upon who's in power. Now, I'm not a Trump sycophant. I am not a Trump fan, but there is something that about Trump that everybody knows, is he is a volatile person. He can seem chill as a cucumber, and then, as you saw in the meeting or in the press conference, just go from 0 to 100 instantly. And it's because, you set off something that is, in his pride or ego or whatever. The fact that if we have United States workers digging up, rare earth minerals and all that, and then if Russia then decided to continue aggression, and that would affect, even if it didn't impact the lives of those workers, but impacted just, because there's security risks, the work has to stop, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see that even materializing, because Trump he's crazy when it comes to what his potential is on the world stage.
Yeah, that's the basically that is the card that a lot of people are trying to play when it comes to security. Like, for example, Kim Jong-un, he only needs to have one nuke to drop on South Korea, basically. And as long as he pretends to be a madman, any potential infraction that is even slightly like a bumps North Korea seem like it might set that off, that is enough of a preventative measure, basically. Mm-hmm. So I would agree that would be a good idea to basically put something there that could trigger a response if Putin just decides to resume the invasion as soon as it's convenient. And the problem is, as you talked about all of the infrastructure and everything, setting that up will take potentially longer than Russia can just get back on its feet and resume the invasion. So maybe by the time all of this would go through and the US would establish a substantial presence there to provide a deterrent, it would be too late. And it maybe only takes the Russian army like 1 or 2 years to lick its wounds, resume the invasion, and just blast through the whole thing. And they were like, hey, you can still come in here and mine the minerals, and that's it. Like,
here's why I disagree.
It could be something that happens.
Here's why I disagree, specifically because a lot of the conversation that I think people are having, and it's understandable, is happening in a manner that you would typically discuss in I would say, a standard geopolitical stage. Typically what you would see, in the Obama, Bush era, where, or even going back further, and when things were, heightened during like Reagan and Clinton, there's a certain kind of understanding with world leaders and how these conflicts go back. I mean, that's why when we talk about, Russia as a threat, especially to, Eastern Europe, that most of the, all of the land grabs that have happened under previous presidents. Bush, Obama. I don't know if anything happened with Biden. I think something that I don't remember. Well, no, the war started. So yeah, no shit. But when we're talking about what we have here, Trump, the whole reason, and I think it was stupid to do a press conference to begin with, but the whole reason this was done in the way it was is because Trump wants the headline. He wants, in a similar fashion of the Abraham Accords, he wants that headline because that's, I kid you not, I bet he's got a fridge where he hangs all this shit up that just lets him know, like, yeah, I did a good job. That was me. And that's what he wants. Mineral deal is signed, ceasefire happens, Ukrainian deaths and Russian deaths drop to 0, blah, 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 blah. So the fact that the push for security measures by Zelensky and the want for condemnation of Putin by Zelensky, I think that's really what started to set the fuse with things, and with Trump specifically. So
probably from his perspective, it looks like I want to be the guy who brings peace, and you are delaying my peace by arguing with what I'm giving you is not enough. You are in my way, etc.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Be my very one-sided judgment on what this happens. But just to quickly say on that, I do think this was. I'm generally an advocate for more governmental and bureaucratic transparency. But this is one of those cases when I think this meeting really should have happened behind closed doors.
Yeah,
and then after they sign everything, they can come out in front of the cameras and then wave the sign of peace paper around and say that they did a good thing and whatever, and shake each other's hands in front of the camera. But the original thing, especially when it's something so contentious and you don't want to show division, but rather progress towards a central goal, especially if you want to play the peacemaker like Trump clearly wants, then you should do the difficult part that you could potentially fuck up behind closed doors, and when you're certain that it's okay, come out and say that, hey, we fixed it, Oh
yeah, of course. But in the same vein, I think because I'm trying my best to kind of stay within my, remove my biases and kind of stay within, the reality of what the situation is. If I'm Zelensky and the facts are, I need the support in whatever way I can get it, because the end of the day, they are not going to get anything done. This is something that Trump said that was correct. They will not get anything done without outside support from other countries, from either be it UK, France, Poland, especially us. It doesn't matter. They need that support. They're just not going to be able to do anything.
Well, technically, they can get things done, but they can't bring the conflict to an end without outside support. That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, like, if you
unless Russia collapses or something happens, because it's true that we have really clear information from one side of the conflict coming out from Ukraine, but the nature of Russia's autocracy and dictatorship and closed offness prevents us from having 100% accurate information of how it looks inside of it. So unexpected things could happen rapidly from there, like the Wagner Rebellion, for example. So that could still be rickety, we don't know, but generally it is agreed upon that Ukraine in of itself won't be wanting Russia with like a little bit of Western help that they get right now, basically fair enough equipment to have a couple of brigades here and there modernized with stuff that the West used to use in the 70s. That in of itself just makes a draw.
Yeah, I think we can, even though, Russia is notoriously closed off and similar to like China and whatnot. I think we can, just based off of the information that we have. I mean, you can just look at how long things have prolonged, and just from that alone say, okay, well, if all aid was, hypothetically pulled at once from every country, and Ukraine was like, here you go, you've got what you got now, have at it. What's the reality of the timeline from when one of those two actors on the world stage prevails over the other. Does Ukraine fend them off? Does Russia steamroll
It depends
them over?
on when it happens. Like, for example, right now, I did study this a lot. Like, I've been studying this conflict basically ever since it happened, because it happened 2 days before my birthday, and it was very personal to me. So, I did a lot of work on this, and I know a lot of information on it. For example, did you know that Ukraine has more troops in the field than Russia? It's just most of their troops are forced to guard borders in Belarus, just in case the guys invade from there. Basically, the point
they're
is,
in a defensive position. Yeah.
And they rotate off whenever somebody gets tired to essentially put on border guard duty. But basically, right now, if you were to cut off all aid, the situation wouldn't look that different for actually quite a while, because of how locked down the conflict has gotten, and how exhausted, battered, and bloodied basically the Russian army has gotten, while Ukraine was able to preserve its strength a little bit more by the couple of rotten morsels that essentially the West tossed its way. But
okay, perfect. No,
eventually
let me say
there
something
would
about
be
that, though.
change.
That's perfect, because I'm glad you said that. That nothing would change. Okay, so what's the standard going from since the war started? If we're going to go by the fact, because they are fighting a defensive war, and typically if you look at the defensive wars of history, when two armies aren't meeting on the field, one army's meeting one in a castle, fighting defensively, it's really hard to break the siege or break the fortifications. And
well, it depends on how everybody used to think. When World War II happened, everybody thought it was going to be a repeat on World War I, etc., etc. And then it was a lot more mobile than everybody expected.
Yes.
When the war started, everybody thought we're going to see the Russian version of shock and awe, etc. And they're going to roll over all of these things. But they essentially called their own bluff, and we saw that the Russian army was not as modern as it pretended to be, and it still relied on the old doctrine of just superior numbers and overwhelming unguided projectiles. But
of course.
That in itself, if someone else was fighting this war, not Russia, like let's say NATO was invading Ukraine and Ukraine was just defending on its own, it wouldn't be this static, because some other armies have the equipment necessary to circumvent this kind of defensive warfare that Ukraine is using. It's just both sides use very similar equipment, the Soviet stockpile, with Ukraine having access to a tiny bit of some really old Western stuff that isn't enough to tip the scale sufficiently. And therefore, when you get into a position where both sides use the terrain and all of their knowledge to this full advantage, you run into situations where strategies that we thought we were not going to see again ever since the Iran-Iraq war, like chemical warfare and trenches that happened there. Everybody thought it was going to happen there for like the last time, and then it's going to get more fair, it's going to get more mobile because of all the drones and everything. That just happened again because the two sides don't have the necessary modern equipment that, like, for example, the coalition used in Desert Storm to just go through these enormous landmine fields and everything, the fortifications, in less than an hour. So, yeah.
Yeah. So so based on the hypothetical we just kind of broke down and went through. So if US pulled aid, not much would change. And why? Because from the American standpoint, because that's obviously what I'm coming at this from, is from an American, and trying to understand the argument based on the foreign aid given and what it goes to and what it's supporting. And obviously the aid is we're not just dumping money in there; it's in military weaponry and technology.
Yes, so basically it's mostly 70s stuff. If you look at the list of things, like the original M1 variants, the Leopard 2A Fords, the Gepards from the 60s, the really old F-16s that took 3 years, etc., etc.
Actually, some of the F-16s that I worked on were being some of the parts are being canned or shipped over there too.
Very nice.
Yeah. So and that's understandable. But like I said, the reason that I think Trump is banging the drum of trying to get this done and get this over with is, one, it's because it's one of his campaign promises, and it was a big campaign promise. Two, it's because, generally speaking, Americans, and this might specifically be an American sentiment, because we came off of Operation Iraqi Freedom and the Afghani War. There is a very large contingency of people that do not like what is colloquial called forever wars. We a lot of us growing up, I mean, like my first time voting was for Obama, because of the promise of like of ending the conflict and pulling people out of Iraq.
I do agree and see what you mean, but I think Americans have a tendency to see as, oh, everything is a forever war, everything is a bad intervention because of how scarred they became because of these things.
But the thing is, at the end of the day, the perspectives is what matters. I mean, facts on the ground are going to get you far less distance.
I know, it's unfortunately not what matters. It
doesn't. And it's the same thing with like political optics. Political optics is the same thing. It doesn't matter who is correct. It's a good example of this, right? If you were to ask me personally that I think Zelensky should have worn a suit, I would have said, that's stupid, that's dumb, no. But if you were to ask me politically, so far as what's going on the stage there, would it be important? Should he have worn a suit? I would have said, yes.
Maybe. Like, the problem is Zelensky has not worn a suit to any of these meetings for like the past couple of years. And at home, politically, it's part of his image to not be like the other politicians.
Didn't he pose on the cover of a magazine wearing a suit or something, though? Like, not too long ago? Could have sworn that was something.
That's not a meeting with other politicians.
No,
that's
but a photo shoot is way more involved than a meeting. Like, you have to go through have you...
I thought he was.
You don't have to tell me. I had family members who worked in photo shoots.
Yeah, no, it's a pain in the ass doing those. But that's what I'm saying. Like, again, personally, yes, that's stupid. But politically, especially if you're meeting someone like Trump, that would be something that I would think like, hey, I'm going to do this because this is something I need to. I mean, that's politics, generally speaking, especially when you're talking with world leaders. We as a country, United States. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Greg. I don't want to steamroll.
Oh, I was just going to say, just Darling's kind of point. Like, I would totally agree with you if the president wasn't set like kind of a few weeks ago with Elon, with not only his
wearing,
kid, but, like,
Elon's child was better dressed than Elon himself.
That doesn't matter. That's 100% irrelevant.
Meeting.
No. That is 100%
I know it's not
irrelevant.
Between world leaders. I know, but
no, not even that. That's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument isn't, oh, well, one's a world leader, one's not. The argument is one is trying to get aid and trying to secure a deal because their country is.
Elon already secured his position. I know.
Yeah, it's completely different.
I just think he's kind of damned if he does or if he doesn't. Like, either way, you could take it as an insult to your people. Like, what, we're in the middle of a war and you're taking time to play dress up over there? I feel like politically, in a way, you could be damned either way.
My argument would be that it's damned if you do, then if you don't, because you lose look at home. If you now wear a suit for this, all of a sudden, even you didn't for 3 years, and if you don't, then here you're gonna look bad. So basically, you're gonna have to decide which one would you rather.
Yeah, but the people that are offering the aid is the one that you are trying to appease.
Right. So I'm gonna
not more than losing support at home,
guys.
Like that's
guys. I'm gonna interject here for a moment. I've heard it said that Zelensky may have had a skewed opinion of how he would be treated based off of how much time he's spent with the Democrats versus the Republicans, and Trump specifically. And I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true. I don't want to pretend it's true if it's not, or anything like that. But I've heard he was advised to go in swinging against Trump. I hear. Do you think that element? Do you think there was some sort of? I
don't know. I don't think it's either of us would be able to really answer this or talk in it because we don't have access to the information.
Well, the Democrats said as much. I can't remember. Hold on. Yep. There was the representative that met with him gave a statement after. I mean, I don't think he said as much like "don't cooperate." But I do, I gotta look it up so I can get the specifics. But
because again, it comes back to this idea of you have to realize who you're talking to in the room, what they react to. It's not that hard. Obviously, Trump and Zelensky don't like each other, but it's not that hard to get Trump to like you. It's really not. He's very transparent in what he likes. He likes to be liked. So
I think Zelensky did try that, to be honest. I followed what he did for quite a long time, and I did see, I disagree with a lot of people saying, oh, Zelensky is going to learn to show respect. He thought he was going to Biden and he could get anything he wants. Trump showed him or something. I really followed what he did for quite a while because I have to keep an eye on things around here. But I did see the shift of, I'm going to handle Trump differently because obviously he's different than Biden, etc. Like I do think he did try to really just establish friendly relationships with Trump, and it just didn't work. But I do. You could say that, that was the problem, this was the problem, but I don't like the argument of, he didn't try at all, or he thought it was Biden. He clearly tried.
All right, so I looked up. It was Senator Chris Murphy met with Zelensky a day before the meeting, and this is according to Murphy. So this is his words. He said that just finished a meeting with President Zelensky. We confirm that the Ukrainian people will not support a fake peace agreement where Putin gets everything he wants and there is no security arrangements for Ukraine. So just based on that statement alone, it does seem, if we're going to believe Murphy here, that there was a push like, hey, and telling Zelensky, you got to get those security agreements. You got to get those security agreements.
I don't think you need to tell that to Zelensky. He literally saw what happens if you don't. But yeah.
Okay. This is my issue with this. The security agreement. I'm going to return to a previous point. And again, this is all within the realm of. I am not saying that this is. If I with my limited experience and knowledge, what I would do were I president, but based on who we're talking about and what we're talking about, the security agreements are that we have invested economic interests now, breaking ground and being put in a position where America, Trump specifically, will be very unhappy with Russian aggression pushing upon that, halting any economic growth that we made in the first place for that deal. That to me, now, that doesn't mean there's not discussion later on. This is the big problem I have with this is, and this is from, I think, both people who are pro-Zelensky and anti-Zelensky, there is a lot of emotional kind of, or I won't even say emotional, there's a lot of the moral foundations of the individual coming out here.
Obviously, because it's a very contentious topic. And I just do want to quickly say that I don't disagree fundamentally of putting the US interests, especially under Trump, on that area. So if pressure is exerted on that area, it triggers a reaction. I don't disagree with that fundamentally. And I do think that's a step in the right direction. That's going to provide at least some pushback to, okay, no, you're not going to fuck around in this place, etc. I just think that the mineral deal specifically is not the optimal way to achieve that. But I do agree that that is an option that maybe is a good idea to try out too. Maybe that could work. I just don't think that the mineral in and of itself would lead to that result.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that if we're going to look at just historically based off of Putin's actions, not his words, and you're probably very likely going to need more security going forward. But within saying a first step to give Trump that bone and let him take that step and then parade around with and then get the skin in the game from the Trump administration, then to allow from that position going forward to work, because at the end of the day, and this is a hard truth that I think people understand but don't want to admit, when it comes to war, and just historically speaking, especially modern war, that when you're trying to facilitate, because if you go back 500,000 years, war was facilitated when one side basically subjugated or wiped out the other side. That's not typically how it is now. Typically, what you do is you get one side to a breaking point, and then typically there is concessions that are made, or if both sides
industrialized warfare, basically.
Exactly, yeah. Or both sides are basically forced to come to terms. And you saw this with Afghanistan.
Ideally, yes, this is how World War I ended, but then World War II shows that with strong enough ideological foundation, you can just run your nation into the ground to continue the war until everything is gone because you are so ideologically convinced.
Yeah.
At the end, 1945, Germany had no economy. It was an economy of death, and they still went on because because they saw that World War I, it was like a humiliating thing, or like the bureaucrats betrayed the generals that we could still totally win or something. But yeah, ideally, the World War I situation would, I'm not saying World War I was ideal, but the concept behind it is that you reach a position economically or diplomatically that you see is unsustainable, and then, okay, we're going to peace out, etc.
Yeah. I mean,
the platonic ideal of industrialized warfare, basically.
Yeah, and with World War II, we're talking about a different beast as far as the tactics were executed. It was a far greater expansionist war. Hitler was very much more of an expansionist. And I think when you look at how that materialized towards the end is really why, Germany was in as dire straits as it was. But when we're looking, I mean, because, comparatively speaking, when you look at different conflicts and wars, you look at the purposes behind them, what the leaders are attempting to accomplish, et cetera, et cetera. That's whenever I'm looking at what's going on here. If there is going to be continued war efforts going forward, and this is something, and it's kind of funny because it's something that Shapiro has said for a while now. And Shapiro gets crap because he is not an Ukraine Republican. So he gets a lot of crap from your stupid, your Jack Posobiec type.
He's an endangered species, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so people, but one of the things he has said is that there does need to be an off ramp. And that's, again, going back to what I said about the American psyche and our sentiment towards these kinds of ongoing conflicts. And so that I think that is, and especially since that was something that Trump wasn't quiet about that part during his campaign. He was extremely, if I was to put forth the things that he was talking about the most, it was obviously border security and whatnot was first, but Ukraine, that, and foreign aid and et cetera, was definitely a second. That was a huge talking point all throughout his rallies and his campaign. And so obviously the people that support him and voted for him were aware of that. Whether how much they agree or disagree or whatever part of the spectrum they fall upon, they were aware that that was something Trump was going to push for. So when we're looking at the meeting that you guys were going through, and I've watched it twice now, like I said, and it's just, and I go by frame by frame and I break it down. I think one thing we can all agree on: it shouldn't have been a press conference. That's something I think we all that was stupid. Yeah. Whoever's idea was that, I don't. If it's Trump, it was a staffer. I don't know.
Fired them immediately.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
That's why. If I was in charge, I would do that.
Yeah. Well, it could, like I said, it could have been Trump, and it could have been because he thought it was going to go a different way because his ego wouldn't allow him to see that. Oh, no way, Zelensky's going to disagree. Blah blah blah. Another thing that I think that we can agree on. Well, no, I'm not going to say that because I'm not going to presume. Not going to be presumptuous. But I personally also think that when we're talking about just the mineral deal as it stood, it should have been and get in, sign, get out. I personally do not think Zelensky should have been and again, this isn't all in his ball's not all in his court because a lot of it came from it being a press conference and having press asking questions.
That was a big mistake when the deal is still in the making. I don't know why you would when the goal is to try to get this over, and especially in a very contentious thing with a lot of stuff to consider that could cause friction, you'd want that to happen between just the involved party, not somebody who just wants to get views and clicks, stir the pot and throw in questions.
And you're going to get aggressive questions from both sides of the debate. You're going to get the asshole saying, well, why aren't you wearing a suit? And you're going to get the dumbasses saying, well, do you believe that America and Trump are actually in your supporting you and your ally? It's you're going to get both of those because that's the way the press works. Because at the end of the day, the only people who won in this exchange was the press because they got all their stories. They got all their sound.
That's why they shut up and were very quiet towards the end because they got what they wanted. Yeah. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah.
Although, wasn't a part of the fallout the EU pledging several million?
Make Hydra king of Ukraine. I support that. Thank you, Chris. That is the path towards peace. Hydra endorses that message.
But basically, as a result of the meeting, didn't Europe end up pledging more money to Ukraine?
Yes.
I don't think that was just the result of the meeting. When they talked about it, basically, they cited also J.D. Vance's trip to Europe and how, when he spoke to them, he treated them more like an adversary than a friendly ally, saying oh, we're going to withdraw our troops, don't take this for granted, etc., etc. And then it's sort of with Trump and Elon threatening not only to withdraw from NATO, but withdraw from the UN, etc., because they perceive it as something, oh, we are giving money away or we are getting a bad deal. We shouldn't be part of these organizations because we should put America first, and that somehow means America alone, but whatever. Then
why should America accept lesser deals?
That's I think it's not just this trash fire of a conference, but this along with all of these other things that pushed Europe more towards we're going to actually just like last year, we're gonna fill in for the Americans and do more aid, etc. And there are a lot more proposals to, like, I don't know, centralize the EU or federalize the EU or do a bunch of other stuff. It's basically only because of Hungary that all of those talks aren't proceeding, because they're exercising their veto, and all of these decisions need unanimity.
I think
just so they are Hungary to can whatever they want, but all of these different events sort of pushed towards this conclusion. So I don't think it was just this talk, but it is certainly a contributing factor.
I don't think any of us think that it's like a single factor or anything like that. But
I know. I just wanted to make myself really clear, because I didn't want to.
Well, fair enough.
Make it seem like something you do.
But yeah, like I think so. Again, I'm ignorant to everything, but I don't know much of the world news. I just know in the U.S., Ukraine wasn't really on the tip of anyone's news stories anymore. It was kind of just old hat. This definitely reinvigorated a whole bunch of it, and from looking at some international coverage on this, it definitely made it some very popular coverage over the weekend. So I think it definitely helped tip the scales, even if it isn't the only factor. But yeah, they're getting a lot of European.
So yeah, the response is any bad scenario can result in a better or worse one. It's just going, and that's a lot of when you're talking about diplomatic proceedings or political back and forth. It's a lot of politics is about opportunity and what you can make from what you're given. And so if this happens to turn, and I'm not saying like Trump is doing some 10D chess move, but if this does then turn into something that kind of puts UK or Europe, generally speaking, to foot the bill or to put more support there, where the United States can kind of take a sideline approach or more of a sideline approach, and that ends up kind of having Trump have his cake and eat it too. I do think that will end positively, at least for him and his perspective, and a lot of people that are his supporters. So, and one of the things that I found interesting during the back and forth was something that, because it's really interesting to watch Trump's mannerisms and to really, like, especially me, because I'm trying to work on getting his imitation and his voice down. So I've been really studying how he moves his face, his expressions, and all that. And it's really interesting to see what point he turns from kind of trying to appear to be, I'm in control, I'm cool, I've got this, we've been saying a lot of good things, it's one of the best deals, he's doing all that. And then at the point he turns to cool, chill Trump to, you don't say what, I'm angry Trump now. Oh, no, you don't get to say it's going to be a problem for us. Like, it was a specific point. And it was whenever Zelensky started to say things about how it will affect America. And as soon as the America came out of his mouth in that context, it was like Trump. I
know, yeah. It's triggered the second phase of his boss fight. But yeah, you don't know that. Basically, Zelensky, although he could have phrased it a lot better, I do think in the end was correct, because it's not in the United States' interest to have a resurgent Russia that goes around gobbling up Eastern European territory. Because remember, Russia is to this day constantly adversarial to the US and constantly simulates nuclear strikes on Alaska, puts up bounties for every killed American serviceman in places. Like, they are constantly trying to do subversive attacks and are essentially doing gray zone warfare, testing of like, oh, are you going to retaliate to this? What if we poke you over here? What if you try to cut off your toe? Like, does that count as attacking you, etc.? Like, it is not within the United States' interest to have a Russia that is stronger and has more expansionism, although I do agree that Zelensky could have been more diplomatic, but clearly towards the end of the meeting, tensions were very high by that point.
Well, and I might push back just slightly. And again, I'm not an expert by any means, but I do think, and because you were the one who mentioned earlier about how Russia, because this was in conjunction with speaking about if aid was pulled from Ukraine and it was just Russia v. Ukraine and how that would look, and about how Russia isn't really in the position, or doesn't seem to be really in a position to be as this military power, invading other countries. So to assume then, going from that point that you brought up, that Russia then will enact this expansionist campaign, I don't see how those two comments can coexist, because if they don't
so the way they can coexist is initially, if you cut all aid to Ukraine, the draw will continue in my uneducated estimate for like a couple of months, and then it will derail into something I can't predict. One of the sides will collapse. Which one? I don't know, because it seems like Russia did exhaust their political, diplomatic, and military capabilities. They kind of reached the end of what they can do. They are basically going around begging for shells and soldiers from North Korea, of all places. And it's really trying to reach to like, that little extra edge. The same for Ukraine. Like, we need a little bit more support, and we can definitely keep the tide, guys. So I don't know what's going to happen for 6 months. But giving the assumption that you allow Russia to take what it currently holds, and then the Russian army to lick its wounds and recover. If you don't have a strong enough security guarantee, they will maybe bulldoze Ukraine and go on to Moldova and etc., which we know they want because they leaked the plans themselves. Lukashenko did, by the way. It was pretty funny. Then that would be against the interests of the United States. That was simply what I'm trying to say. Not necessarily that one of them is going to happen. Like, I understand that those are two contradicting things, but I'm pointing it out as a hypothetical of like, hey, that is what could happen if this doesn't happen, basically.
Yeah. One thing I think is important to really dispel, and this is one of the reasons I am trying to maintain as an unbiased position as possible, because I want to be able to facilitate conversation between both extremes, or at least not extremes, but both perspectives. And one thing I want to dispel, and I'm seeing a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but I'm seeing prominent right-wing accounts that are starting to postulate Russia as some sort of ally of the United States. And that is baffling to me. To think, it's really strange to see. I mean, it's kind of funny because we've had in media, at least, we've had, the Russian, basically the Ruskies, and, especially going far back as the Cold War. That's always been something that we're aware of. They just, there is a reason why in a lot of media it depicts Russia fighting the United States. And to see prominent right wingers now being like, well, maybe they're in the right. Who knows?
Yeah, I do credit that Putin and his propaganda departments of hundreds of thousands of people worked extremely hard, and the large bot networks that they maintain worked extremely hard to kind of present Russia in a light that is a lot more sympathetic to the average American conservative than what it is in reality, I think. Especially with all of how they portray themselves of, we are the country of tradition, we are the country of the traditional family, we are all of the conservative-based Christian Orthodox, etc., etc. All of these things which are, if you go into actually and visit Russia, the illusion kind of collapses as soon as you leave central Moscow. But the point is that it is something I think that they worked really hard on, because if you only looked at the raw political situation, there is no rational reason why Russia should be perceived as a friendly power by right-wingers in the US.
Well, you want to know why, and this is because I'm obviously 100% correct and know everything. It's because that we are so entrenched in team politics. It's just red side Russia, blue side.
I know. It's the capitalists are going to the Mars. That means that the Soviet Union's space program must focus on Venus. We literally have to go in the opposite direction. I know all about the unfortunate consequences of team politics. It doesn't matter that Venus is literally a fucking pressure cooker, and it crushes our space probe every time it enters the atmosphere. We have to go there because the capitalists are going to Mars.
Like Mars, so.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Uranus is the best planet we should colonize.
Agreed. I think we can all agree on that. A great point, J-Mac.
It is very far away and very cold. It is lame. It is a lame gas giant.
But
it is not lame. Uranus is not lame. Okay,
yeah, Uranus is great. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, don't be so hard. But circling back to something that J-Mac said a little while ago, where you said prior to the meeting, Zelensky had kind of some coaching from Chris Murphy, or at least he was telling him to be strong.
He told him to reject. He told him to reject this fake peace deal.
Yeah,
that's what Murphy said.
And right after the meeting, he was the first one to tweet out that it was completely a setup. So I wonder if he possibly poisoned the well a little bit.
He's trying to portray himself, or like trying to not an honest actor, basically, like trying to take from the well of political discourse, so to speak, of like, see, I told Zelensky to do the good thing. Oh, the bad thing happened. See, I'm so against it. Like, that's more so what it thinks
it's all
of.
political capital and theater. I mean, it's since my brother's been in politics and being able to talk to him and discuss like how the sausage is made, it is really just, you know, cynically a way for different actors from their respective seats to gain influence, and that's exactly what that seems like. I think you're right, Gray. It's just he wanted to position himself as the progenitor of like, I told you so.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not sure that he was necessarily looking at this objectively, but it kind of happened how he thought it would in a weird way. So fair enough. But I'm not sure. Do you guys think this was set up, or do you think this is just two people getting a little bit
If
heated?
it was set up by a fucking idiot.
I do know Trump is easy to trigger because he's got very specific trigger points that are really easy to hit if you know him, and everyone knows him. So I don't. If it was a setup, it wouldn't have been a difficult one to do. It would just kind of it would just depend upon like our, you know, all you would really need to do is put it into Zelensky's head that this isn't good enough. It needs to be made apparent it's not good enough. Ultimately, I think Vance really is the one who threw the grenade.
Agreed.
I think he's the one that, you know, there was black powder all over the place. Zelensky was pouring it, Trump was pouring it, but you know, none of it was lit. And then, you know, here's Vance going, "Hey," throwing the match down there.
Do you
To be
think
fair,
he
we
was set up,
do have
or he
really
was a
clear.
setup?
Sorry.
Do you think that Vance was set up? Because it did seem kind of out of the blue. All of a sudden, he just had to come in like the hype man and say, like,
I think Vance is always going to defend Trump.
I don't know. Like, I don't have enough information to say like what happened behind the scenes. I would need to see some leak stuff to say for certain. Oh, it was definitely a setup. Like, I don't know. What's to argue that it was just a giant flash fire that was completely unplanned? I don't know. Like, I need more information to have a clear stance on that. But to be fair, both Trump and Zelensky have extremely clear pressure points. Like with Trump, basically everybody knows because of all of the media controversy and just the constant spotlight that is on the dude. And with Zelensky, we know too as well. You just need to say some Russia propaganda point, like Ukraine isn't a real country or Ukrainian isn't a real ethnicity, and those are his pressure points because he will say, "Well, fuck you, that's not true." But basically, or just talk about NATO expansionism, which I'm so tired of people somehow portraying NATO as the evil expansionist power when it requires a bureaucratic process of internal voting to ensure that a country voluntarily joins it, while we have a state that actually goes in and invades others. Like, I don't like the comparison and the people saying, "Oh, NATO agreed not to expand beyond the further point," which isn't true, or Russia is so scared and they need guarantees against NATO expansionism, which is again like, I don't see this as a valid reason why we should not allow certain countries to vote and have internal democratic processes, because someone else might feel insecure about that. But I don't like the portrayal of these things online.
There's always this conversation that most people kind of agree with, that elected officials, regardless of office, should have term limits. And I think when we talk about agreements and treaties, that's probably also kind of a thing already, where if it's like, "Oh, well, we promised 50 years ago we wouldn't do X," and it's like, okay, well, that was 50 years ago. It's completely different.
Yeah, but also that in this case, a lot of people are referring to NATO agreed not to expand eastward, which wasn't an agreement that was set. I see this quoted everywhere, all over the internet. Not 1 inch west, not 1 inch east, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Like all of this stuff, which just didn't happen. Whenever I ask people, "Hey, can you provide me the exact thing?" They either can't provide it, or they provide me with a quote that was floated as an informal offer that wasn't agreed upon later.
Yeah,
and even if it were, it would have been agreed with the Soviet Union, which is a dead political entity. But
people will take passing comments as fact when it suits them, and they'll deny.
I know, and it doesn't help that we live in the age of Twitter, where government policy gets posted online in these little informal sentences.
Hey man,
Like,
I'm
that's
all
what people
for
are
that,
used to
baby.
now.
Give me that yummy transparency. Let me see all the bullshit made.
Now, these
Like a
days, we
peanut
don't
pal-
even need a warning system that tell you if a nuclear missile has been launched toward you.
Yeah,
The
just
other
tweet it
side will
out.
post it on Twitter first to let you know.
Yeah. I wanna respond to someone in chat, Galente. He said, I'm not an expert is a prefix to a point that I wish more people had the self-awareness to say more often. And the reason I try to always say that, and I agree with you, is because I have been pulling my hair out on Twitter because I mentioned earlier, I have been avoiding this conversation online. Because one, conversations online are subpar, to put it politely, because it's the format that you're given is not a good format for discussing ideas. This, right, what we're doing is a good format. But like doing tweets back and forth, that's absolute bunk as far as like actually getting to the point or to the root of things. But I have been so frustrated because a lot of people that I respect from various different political backgrounds have been going so hog wild from whatever their preferred political talking point has been. And it's been driving me bonkers because it's like, I know I'm not an expert. Like I can read all I want and try to interpret the information given, but this is not my field of expertise. And I'm like, I know for a fact it ain't yours. You're a goddamn YouTuber or a Twitter poster. Like I know this ain't your field of expertise. So, but why are we here? I got two people, both people that I know and respect, and they're going at each other's throats like they're diplomatic ambassadors that have treaties have crashed and diplomacy has burnt, and they're just like, it's like, no, you guys are just on Twitter posting. Like, why can we not go about this of like, hey, yeah, no, I just based on what I'm reading, this is kind of what it looks like. Oh yeah, well, I got a different reading. How'd you get there?
As soon as something exciting happens, everyone who heard about it is a relevant expert in the specific field immediately.
Yes, exactly. Yes, this headline says X, so therefore I know all about X.
The moment the fucking Titan submarine catastrophe happened, everyone became an engineering student. The moment they Johnny Depp law suit again, everybody was a lawyer. Like it happens all the time.
Are you going to click on the tweet that says, I know nothing about this, but, or are you going to click on the fake confidence one or the video? I don't know. It's very honest what
I on a
JMX
website that wants you to click on things. So first of all, it has to be full capital, says breaking news or just in, show someone blowing up or shouting on the screen and say the thing that you would react to most extremely, basically.
Here's the middle ground. Here's the middle ground that you do. You say, look, I'm not an expert on this specific topic, but I am a genius, so I'm going to give you my take. There you go. Now you get to have your cake and eat it too. It's easy.
Sounds like some rich cake.
Very rich. Mostly frosted.
I have just a quick thing before we move on. Hold on. Nico, when I was talking about the leaked plan, I wasn't talking about the Western intelligence source. I was talking about what Lukashenko showed us and literally told us they were going to do. That's what I was just going to refer to. Like, my source is Russia saying, we will invade here. That's it. Sorry. Go on.
So it seems to me that Trump's term thus far has been exceptionally transparent. In the sense that he is doing a hell of a lot in front of cameras and in front of the press and so on. This recent meeting being an example of how that could go wrong. There are clearly
a bit too much transparency. Yes.
Yeah, for better or worse, you're correct.
Yeah. So I guess what I want to put to the panel is this transparency worth the risk of something like this last meeting happening? Is it a good thing? Is it good that Trump is doing as much in front of people as he has been?
I don't like the potential conflation between transparency and just live streaming as a deal is being made between two officials. Like I'm a huge fan of more transparency for like government agencies, companies, all of these things. But when a contentious deal is being made, like I don't think it would be okay if, now we couldn't have done it at the time, but at a Cuban Missile Crisis, nowadays we have all of these cool YouTube videos about the leaked phone calls between Kennedy and Eisenhower and like all of the people behind the scenes talking, and it really shows us how calm and rational and cool-headed these amazing leaders were when the world could potentially end in 10 minutes. But I don't think it would be a good idea to live stream those, because saying, hey, transparency, look at how the government officials are right now talking on an extremely heated and controversial issue. I do think those deserve to be potentially, sometimes in this case, clearly, behind closed doors, and then the result be transparent. But generally, when it comes to bodies, governmental bodies, or bigger things moving around, etc., groups, I do like more transparency. I just do think that a deal being made with journalists throwing in stuff live is a recipe for disaster, as we clearly saw.
Yeah, how you do transparency the proper way with something like this is you film it happening with no press there, and then you release the unedited film after you have your press conference announce
That's
it.
an excellent compromise right there. Yeah.
Yeah, so then you can see, oh, that's what happened behind closed doors. You can see them discussing. Maybe there was a little back and forth. You don't have the media there to inflame things. It's settled. It's signed. They shake hands. They look. They take pictures, and then they proceed to the press conference to take questions, etc.
Yeah, very nice. That's a beautiful, clean.
Yeah,
but Jay, Hydra, clearly that's staged. That's not real.
Well,
it doesn't matter. It's much better than a paper coming out of an office saying a deal was signed.
I mean, even with the press conference, there is an amount. I mean, we call it political theater for a reason. Sure. It's still already somewhat staged. I mean, you're never going to get to the point where
there are plenty of press conferences where journalists are checked before and told what kind of questions they can ask, etc. Like you can stage that too, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're never gonna get to a point where your aluminum hat wearing person is ever going to be like, oh well, okay, well that's
you can always find something and say that it's fake, and then present an impossibly high standard for someone to disprove. Like a flat earther can always point to a view of space and say, oh, it's fake. Like you're not gonna deal with those people. You're gonna need like some sort of concrete, logical back and forth with evidence.
Yeah,
like,
you can get
if you're gonna leak the papers and say, "Hey, Donald Trump had this press conference, but only Fox News was allowed in," then you would say, "Oh, that's okay. Clearly, they were going for softball questions only." But if you leak the data and say, "Actually, everyone was allowed in," then I would say, "Oh, okay, that's more transparent then. Like people were allowed to walk in." So that's what I would like, not just saying, "Oh, well, point at the thing I don't like and say it's clearly fake because I don't like it."
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, and to kind of get back to Dorcas's point, the whole transparency thing. Yes, I think that definitely led to this, but there is kind of a meeting that they were supposed to have afterwards. I know it was a lunch. There were reports that the lunch was waiting just outside the door, and Zelensky was kicked out. So instead, the press pool got to eat the lunch, which I don't know if they had like the whole feast, like enough
of a fair diplomatic agreement. That's the equivalent of like a restaurant staffer having the extra food that he doesn't want to throw into the trash at the end of the day, go behind and give it to the cats on the street or something.
Yeah, now that's the transparency I want. I want hidden mics in there catching all those conversations.
For sure. But I think in a way, so there was supposed to be like a meeting after the meeting where I'm sure the real thing would have actually happened. I think they definitely could have done that meeting before, and then they would kind of have a joint agreement on what they would actually say in this press conference. But I don't know. I think Trump is fighting something kind of unique here, where I think there's going to be accusations of a lot of, I don't know what you'd want to call it, like misuse of his position or underhanded dealings. And I think this transparency is a way to kind of get ahead of that. So in a way, it seems like it's working. I don't hear a bunch of people saying, he's doing all these
they are saying much worse stuff right now. So you switched out one problem for another.
I am hearing that this was a setup, so the transparency is still staged. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's why you can't argue with the flat earther people. Like, sorry, that you can't.
What about you, Dorcas? Do you have an opinion on the transparency thing?
I think in the wake of Biden's term, by comparison, I think it's refreshing. Is it worth the risk? I couldn't say. I think generally, yeah, I think generally it's good. It's nice to see what we've seen. This example, of course, not being a great example, but I feel like that might have just been a powder keg topic waiting to happen with considering the personalities. I don't know how often something like that would happen. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and transparency doesn't have to, excuse me, be a zero-sum game. You can have, I mean, there's a lot of instances where some transparency is enough to put people at ease. You know, they get to see a little bit what's going on. They feel like they're respected because you're giving them just that much more than they got before. And most people can be like, okay, I'm satisfied with that. You know, I think your average American or average citizen of a country understands that, yeah, you can't have everything out in the open because there's going to be national security risks. There's going to be lots of different data and things like that just, you can't really, get into certain people's hands.
Which is why Doge asking everyone to put what they did last week into an email is a bad idea, because emails are insecure. But yeah, basically you are always playing a balancing game, and yes, people can always say bad things about you, but you always have to weigh how much unreasonable and reasonable criticism you are going to get, and what potentials you can do, and kind of avoid the two extremes and strike a reasonable balance of like what kind of transparency and what kind of risks we are taking.
Yeah, well, I will say this: if you're going to the 5 things that the employees did and discussing the risks of security, that's already so far beyond gone, because people are stupid, and stupid people get employed by the federal government. So, I mean, I work.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to make it worse. Come on.
I don't think it makes it worse. Actually, I actually think it has the opposite effect. My wife was complaining about it. She's like, I had to tell my 5 things. Like, good, you should have done 10.
I don't like the potential of classified information being put into an email, and that's not
it won't be classified.
And even if it isn't classified, just the amount of information being sent that is all up to date on all sorts of government activities would make it classified.
Literally every institution has a format that's distributed for them how to put it in there, especially those who are working in military installations.
That's nice.
Yeah, my buddy was showing to me. He just retired from the Air Force for 21 years. He was showing.
So you don't have to type in number 1 classified.
No. They literally have a thing that they are. I mean, it's kind of funny because it's the same way when we used to do our EPRs. Our EPRs basically are your performance reviews. It's the same exact fucking thing. You excuse my language. Sorry. You would write your 5 points of things that you were doing, and then you would send that to your supervisor. Your supervisor would clean it up and send it to his supervisor. So, you're already, typically when it comes to the military, this is military and DoD specific. I don't know about other stuff like IRS or whatever. But military and DoD, everything is a closed channel. They all use it's all closed email and everything. You're not even allowed to use your personal email typically on those computers. So
naturally, yeah.
No. So if you're using your personal email sending that, then you're dumb. And you should be fired and not work in the military or work in the government.
That's a lot more inspiring than some of the other chaotic news that you can hear about Doge these days. So I'm glad they did that, if that's true.
Well, I don't think that was Doge. I think that was just the institution saying, hey, if we're going to be doing
whoever is managing the request that Doge is making. I'm going to phrase it that way, basically.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Cool.
It was cold. Ugh.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Just talking a lot and the flame starts building up, and yeah, it's a mess.
Sure. So, do we want to move on slightly nuanced to how the meeting was covered in the media and the response to the meeting?
I think we all saw what people had to say about it. Let's try to collect them into reasonable and unreasonable criticisms. Okay.
Don't know that they're all either reasonable or I don't know.
Obviously, that in of itself is like not a correct category. You can't just one goes here, another one goes here. What I'm trying to say is that You can't just put them in one of two boxes. Clearly, but there are clearly some criticisms that are obviously stupid. So let's not waste time on those. Let's focus on the ones that are worthwhile. That's what I'm trying to say.
Deal.
Right. Then why don't we start with Gray's new video?
All right.
Now, Zelensky plays warrior in his costume, but he doesn't realize his act is wearing very thin. And his banker,
oh, that's a good start.
Well, we're out of money. As usual, the bad.
Okay,
well,
you are not out of money. What the fuck is this? He is a warrior and we are out of... Okay, so clearly we're playing to a Fox News very right-wing audience, and we are playing to their moral sensibilities, playing into the how can I say this politely? The rather untrue statements of, oh, how much money this costs the US, and oh, we are completely broke, and Zelensky, yes, wants us to pay more, you know. Obviously, these things are not necessarily correct, but yeah. And he's a warrior, clearly, yes. He's walking in as the warrior, and costume playing as a warrior, and his act is playing. Okay. I hate the inflammatoriness of what these people do on news, like constantly stirring the pot and the stoking the flame. I hate it. I hold them responsible for a lot of the hate that is going on.
Perfectly summed up today's Zelensky Oval Office performance, saying Zelensky tries bold new strategy of insulting the people he's begging for money from.
Okay, fuck off. What is that? What is that statement?
Babylon satire.
It's satire, but she did say it perfectly sums it up. So,
but it doesn't sum it up perfectly. He's not begging for money. The US is sending all its stuff, and they are saving money by doing this. But I know. It's just I hate how the US is sending trillions or billions of dollars to Ukraine, and it actually costs us so much, and we could use this money so much better at home or whatever. That lie got so out of control, and now so many people believe it, even though it's completely untrue.
Well, let me push back a little bit, Hydra.
Okay.
So, yes, we are not sending liquid assets to, as far as like money is concerned. Yeah. But when we talk about military equipment, we talk about usually how that's disseminated on the world stage is through a deal, which is like, hey, you're going to purchase this military equipment from us. You know, you see this in a lot of our dealings that we did. I think there was a huge trade that we did for, what was it? Thailand, you know, where we sold them.
That is in peacetime.
Taiwan.
You are taking back your receipt. Sorry to interrupt, just really quickly. That is true. That in peacetime, you do a bunch of this trading back and forth of here. You're going to have our legacy equipment in exchange for something. However, I would like to point out that Lend-Lease was the exact same in World War II, or not the exact same, but very similar, where it was not an immediate return in terms of profits when giving away legacy equipment, but a soft return on other things like political power influence or you weakening one of our enemies.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's a large concern, that one of the big reasons that what you're saying is never going to resonate with people is because at the end of the day,
I know.
At the end of the day, it's going to matter. And to a degree, I understand this. When it comes to foreign intervention anywhere in the world, people like to posture themselves in this moralistic position of like, well, we should do X. X is right. You know, we shouldn't do Y. That's wrong. And so at the end of the day, though, it comes down to, okay, what does it mean for the country lending themselves to the aid? What do they get out of it? Because me personally, I'm not an isolationist, but I'm very much more of, okay, I don't want to just go around be the world police. I don't. I mean, one of the reasons I voted Democrat earlier on in my voting career was because of this specific foundation I have. I don't think.
And I do want to make it clear that this giving away of basically the legacy equipment, or not basically, completely legacy equipment, is, in my opinion, much less playing the world police than some of the previous things the US did when they just busted into places and airstrike stuff. So,
but there's still
don't like
the question of the return that you had mentioned before, as far as how that investment materializes. be it through political power or influence. There's that's also important. But the more abstract you get with that return, the harder it is to sell to the American people that the return is
I
worth.
know. And the problem is that the return in this case, a significant, if you break it down as a pie chart, a significant part of the return would be the bringing Ukraine basically completely into the Western fold, and also significantly weakening Russia. But loads of Americans in the right, particularly in Trump's voter base, had this idea in their mind that the Western side is now not great, especially bad, especially with Europe, and that Russia is somehow our ally. So you're not going to be able to sell them at all on this return whatsoever. I know.
Well, the reason the right believes that is because a lot of the Western Europe, if we're speaking about Europe, well, even Canada too, the governments there and the actors within those governments have been pushing hard as far as certain left and I guess you can say social programs and immigration programs that I think the right are very much against. You can see this happening in Germany specifically. That's one of the biggest cases that come to mind.
Yeah, I know about. Yes, I know. I know about the whole, but I do think that that the disagreements such as those on like domestic policy shouldn't just mean it that we can't cooperate on a grander scale when it comes to international things. Like I agree with you. That the audience is not gonna like it, but that is my main problem. That I hate this. We're gonna have to sell it to the audience who completely doesn't know what the fuck is going on the ground and make it look good. Is something that I fundamentally dislike because of how otherwise it would be much more advantageous to work together on the big things that really matter. How can I properly say this? If you take kind of, let's take you take a jar. If you fill it with sand and then try to put the bigger rocks in it, it's not going to fit because it's full of sand. But if you put in the big rocks first and then fill it with sand, you can essentially ensure that the larger things, the more important things, this also applies for your personal life, are in place. Your family, your health, your personal life, etc. And then the rest is just sand that you pour in. I do think that it's important to focus on the larger, most important things first when it comes to geopolitics too, like the important alliances, the things that threaten us, etc. And then we can iron out the differences of, okay, we disagree on domestic policy like immigration, etc. Like,
yeah, I think
like how I think you should place your personal health and your family in front of stuff, other less important things.
The issue that with that, Hydra, though, is that when we're talking about the world stage and world powers, and you have the United States on several, if we're looking at like GDP, we're looking at military force, we're looking at technology, things like that. There is a reason why it is always such an important factor in the world that the United States plays along. Because when the United States plays along, there is a huge impact with whatever the policy that's trying to be enacted is dictated. You saw this with the Paris Climate Accords. You saw this when we talk about Ukraine support and aid, when you look at the breakdowns. And you can take any number of things that happen on the world stage. And getting the United States to play along is a big deal. Everyone can say how much they hate us Americans and how, boorish and stupid we are. But at the end of the day, you need our money and you need our aid. That's the fact, because we are a big dog. We're a big dog in a little park. And I do sympathize with people that are getting somewhat fed up with having, especially people, and we're talking about the right specifically, having things like that matter to them seem to be cast aside for this global idea of, okay, well, there is a specific hegemony that we have to secure.
We have to appeal to the American light, right, and make it look good for them. Yeah.
Well, there has to be. Well, there's give and take with anything. Any diplomatic, there's give and take. And the thing is, our population is so much more vast than all of Europe. We are 300, I think last time I checked, 348 million people. To get 348 million people to agree on anything is impossible. The fact that we have two parties is
Ideally,
Laughable.
it wouldn't even ever happen, because that would mean that there's something
Yes.
fundamentally wrong with the human species.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, that's just population. We're talking about land space as well. You're talking about different GDPs of every state that we have or in our republic. We span, our territories and all that. It's absolutely massive. And I feel a lot of Europeans sometimes they forget this, or they fail to grasp just how big the United States is and how much impact we have. That's the reason why we get browbeat so often on the world stage to capitulate or to fall in line. And I think one of the reasons Trump resonates with people, for better or worse, this is not me either condemning or agreeing. It's just a statement of fact. People resonate because they see him as the middle finger to this moralistic browbeating of, well, you need to do X or you should be doing this. And to me, I understand why that might be something that a lot of Americans, now specifically right now, it's the right. This is what's resonating with the right. That's not always the case. Like I said, you go back down to the Operation Iraqi Freedom or the Afghanistan conflict, it would be the left. The left would be in the same goddamn boat as the right because that was history. That was reality.
Yes, I know. Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. Well. Unfortunately, the end of the day, when it comes to interests, it typically doesn't start from the outside going in. It starts from self-interest and then builds outward. That is how the vast majority of people all throughout history, that is human psychology, has always worked. When it comes to me, the first thing I worry about is my health, my wife's health, and my kids' health. Then it's my house. Then it's my neighborhood. Then et cetera. It's everything branching out. So it's very easily understood by me with this kind of moral foundation as to why a lot of people would have concerns when you get put forward as a citizen saying, well, hey, sorry, man, you got to put up and shut up. That's just the way it is. That's the reality. You need to help out. This is an issue. People aren't going to, and you know what? And even if you think that it's wrong or that's stupid, at the end of the day, whether it's wrong or stupid is irrelevant to the fact that if you need it, you're not going to get it going either through column A or column B. So if the facts remain, you need X, and you get X by convincing the United States in this situation, well, then you got to convince the United States. That's just the reality of diplomacy. And you're seeing that materialize now, and it can make people upset. I mean, people are pissed off at Americans. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
It is the reason why, I do agree that is a fundamental thing that's obviously always going to be the case. The perception and the frustration from a lot of people, I think, comes from the fact that they view the current situation diplomatically, especially, very difficult, because there is always diplomatic wrangling, and obviously that's the state of the world, how things go. People get born and grow older, etc. It's fundamental, but the situation is that a lot of people are frustrated by a perceived inability to the same inability to properly conduct the high quality diplomacy that they saw in the past or perceived to have seen in the past when similar conflicts happen, basically.
Well, I think historically, you can say the perception of those diplomatic events were high quality.
Yeah, we just talked about how perception and reality are so different when it comes to what we need to get. That's what I'm saying. The problem is perception. Sorry.
Yeah, of course, and that's solving that is a puzzle for the remainder of time itself, because I mean, it's just what people do. What they perceive is how they react, typically speaking. Personally, I try not to. I try to separate those, but again, like I stated earlier, me personally separating that isn't going to do much to change general perception, and also the results. Most people don't have either the time, the desire or the intelligence to be able to disseminate all of the information or the required amount of all those things to understand a lot of these geopolitical issues. It's just not reality. It's not reality. It's not going to happen. Most people have to rely on whatever is given to them through whatever outlet they decide to consume, whether it's left-wing media, whether it's right-wing media, whether it's United States media, United Kingdom, whatever. They're going to get that media, they're going to get fed that information, and that's how they're going to kind of come to the terms of what they believe at any given time. And the reality is most people aren't even going that far. They're not even going as far as just turning on Fox News or CNN or whatever. Or Sky News or whatever it is. They're not even going that far because they're busy, they're working, they're struggling. So what they're given something like we'll say the Ukraine situation, when that's kind of put at their doorstep, and they're not even having the time, the ability to digest that information to a level that would allow any type of nuance in the conversation, they're going to have a gut level reaction. And that gut level reaction is how that person going forward is going to.
That's literally what we saw with the Fox News clips, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And like, let me be frank, that Fox News clip is stupid. That is dumb. But I have my family specifically.
Yes, but it's extremely popular and it's what people need. That's what they depend on.
Exactly. Yes, my family.
I would argue, but it's becoming less and less popular. There's so much.
It's true that legacy media is slowly but surely dying, but still. It will probably be replaced by something that is just as exploitable, manipulative.
Yeah, and
sorry, like that's just my general dark outlook on the future of information.
Yeah, and I agree. It is going to be a challenge, and it does seem bleak. And I'm not doing all this to bring any type of criticism upon you, Hydra, or shame or anything, because ultimately,
yeah, I understand. You're totally nice and good faith about it. I appreciate it.
From what you say, would resonate with me personally. It's just I get in conversation. I'm really blessed or cursed, take your pick, to have family that are both extremely right wing and extremely left wing, and because I'm a disgusting centrist, I get to get
That's
caught
a curse.
between.
I'm sorry. I do not want to be sitting at the table at that family reunion.
Yeah, and my family's huge. Like my grandpa has 9 brothers and sisters, and they all have grandkids and kids and grandkids.
Can you place them in a lineup? It's like a political gradient. It's not a height lineup or anything, but it goes from right to left.
So it's kind of funny. My family is also very politically active, so that also kind of plays a lot to the fun shenanigans that kind of get brought up. They donate a lot to whatever their perceived political allies are, but that's neither here nor there. So, but I do get an opportunity to kind of discuss, and it's great because none of these people I'm talking about, my family, they're not like us. They're not online. They don't go on panels. They don't go on Twitter. They just consume their preferred media source, and then they develop whatever opinions, and then they go on Facebook and scream about it.
Oh boy.
So it's interesting to be able to kind of see that dynamic. I was just visiting my dad. He was a hardcore Republican. I mean, he had a Trump profile on the back of his truck window, so it looked like Trump was sitting in the back seat. So, super Trump fan, obviously. And we were discussing the Trump Zelensky thing, and I'm fortunate that my dad is very sensible. So even though he's very opinionated, I can actually have a conversation and it doesn't turn into a screaming match. And so we were talking about
nice.
it. And he was doing a lot of saying a lot of things to me about. He just, obviously from his perspective, Zelensky was incredibly disrespectful, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, I said, well, Dad, did you watch the whole thing, or did you watch, did someone break it down? Or he was like, I caught a few clips on it on Fox News. I was like, well, Dad, you should go and watch it because it's really interesting.
That might as well be useless. You're going to obviously come to the opinion.
Yes.
It's like being fed, how the penguin mother basically eats the fish and then regurgitates it into the little penguin's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these outlets do for you. You're going to come to the opinion that they want you to come to if you only watch the clips that they present.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's, I've got a bunch of cousins that are very, very progressive and on the left, and it's the same thing. I was watching Rachel Maddow broke it down perfectly. I don't need to see you might want to, though. It's interesting. And I phrased it in a way to my dad. I said, it's really interesting to see, kind of psychology between how everything kind of goes and, step by step. And it's one of those things. So going back to the clip we're watching now, it is very much, and I'm happy that legacy media is dying, but that doesn't mean that independent media is this bastion of intellectual discourse. Obviously you have people like Hassan, you have people like what's his name? Who's the big right wing guy? My brain's not. He has a no, not Shapiro. No, I'm a Shapiro fan. It's God, what is his name? It doesn't matter. But you have the right wingers too. You have the right wing Hassans too.
Sure.
We'll just say that. Fuentes. I was going to say Fuentes. Jeez.
Oh, he's not as big as Hassan, to be clear.
That's true. He's not as big, but people like Jake Shields, he's another one too. I don't know if I think he's got a show. But you've got these provocateur types too that have Temple. There you go. And so I don't think independent media is going to be the answer. Obviously, it's just going to be something that replaces what we used to have. It's one of the reasons I like Sitch and Adam. If we're going to do a decent job, kind of encapsulating different perspectives, and especially within their people they have as guests and whatnot. But anyways, I have derailed. Let's get back to the clip. I'm sorry.
Well, they're not going to get any less incendiary, but
super talented.
Yeah,
he's a diplomat.
Well, I got it all out now, so it's fine.
In fact, on the Ukraine deal, his snotty behavior and eye rolling took a done deal on rare earth to a no deal on scorched earth. Zelensky's super silly.
It did end up in the deal. It went through, didn't it? At the end of everything.
It seems like it, but still unclear. It's a bit foggy, but yeah, I'm not even going to comment on all of the insanely provocative stuff she's saying.
I mean, it was a fun turn of phrase, rare earth deal to scorched earth. Good times.
It was a fun turn of a phrase, but I hate whenever people stoke the flames of see it, look at how much disappears to your moral sensibilities. Don't you like it? Aren't you engaged? Aren't you outraged? Aren't you? I hate it so much.
Air, constantly speaking over the president, was simply dumb on every level. The one person he had to impress today was Donald Trump, and he failed that test miserably. As for Trump's approach, he told Zelensky he didn't want to hear something, and it was called the truth.
Your country.
I have to say, total non sequitur. I watch things in 1.5 speed, and it feels like she's speaking so slowly to me because of it.
Any leader, especially a leader.
I thought that I might have left it at 1.25. So if you're feeling that way, then I'm thinking I didn't. I think I did with that first clip when we started playing it, but my bad.
Who's received what, about $250 billion? Who's counting? In aid, in arms,
that
and
is not
humanitarian
true.
aid from the United States.
Even if you convert it into numbers, it's closer to 150 billion, I think, maybe even less. But it's fuzzy because you're converting a lot of stuff that has decreased in value and is a net negative because it's constantly drains coffers into just numbers and how much it costs to send. Maybe it's not a good representation of what it actually costs in terms of resources. But people like to say, $60 billion in aid to Ukraine. Look at how good that is, how much we support Ukraine. Or, look at how bad that is, how much money we are spending on Ukraine. It's no, and it's not 250 billion either way. It's 150 billion, I think. It's the agreed upon number.
Enters the White House and then disrespects the president. Well, then you can bet that the 77 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump will not support any further engagement. Zelensky was like an annoying gnat. He never shut up in camouflage. But by about dinner time on the East Coast,
he shut up a bunch of times, but okay.
Volodymyr Zelensky had a slight attitude adjustment. On set
Zelensky, is he the one who needs to issue an apology tonight?
Absolutely. He should have done it already. He should have done it in the Oval Office. If you look at the totality of that meeting, 40 minutes of that meeting, dare I say it was a perfect meeting. And
those were the 40 minutes before we started those clips.
It was an okay meeting. It wasn't perfect.
No,
it was an okay meeting.
I disagree with what he's saying entirely. Because anybody who has any just basic understanding of communication, you can see several points of needling between both parties of especially when contributed by the media. And you can, and especially if you watch the body language, there's a moment where Trump tries to say something and Zelensky kind of disagrees, and Trump says it again. Zelensky will like corrects him in a more assertive way, and Trump smiles and he looks over at Vance and he winks. It's like there's little things like that. Don't tell me that that was a perfect meeting at any. That was fairly early on in the conversation.
I'm
Yeah,
being ironic in that a little bit, but it was positive, it was cordial, and it's on camera. It wasn't until Zelensky got upset with J.D. Vance when the vice president said, and he was absolutely correct, that the previous administration was more interested in vapid wordsmithing than they were in bringing an end to this conflict.
So I think Vance did an interview, I think the following day, I think with Fox, and he basically said that he threw the grenade. Vance.
Oh,
did.
so he admits to it.
Yeah,
Fuck
no,
him then.
he's admitted to it. Yeah.
Shoot, there was another thing that I wanted to comment on that, and it just flew out.
While you're thinking about it, so oddly enough, this is CNN. It's been a long time since I've seen CNN kind of put an alternative argument on their actual platform. So I found that a little bit refreshing, even though this is kind of, you know, the former Bush White House press. Now I'm forgetting his exact title, but yeah. So I guess you kind of know what his position is going to be, but I don't
there
know.
were times
didn't
when Fox
expect that of
News
CNN.
Brangle and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, sometimes they at least attempt to get different voices on, but obviously it's not even close to being enough.
They cared more about applause lines at Davos than they did in ending the war in Ukraine. And he was correct about that. Zelensky was upset. And quite frankly, he was testy throughout the entire meeting.
was upset because
Let's talk about what's most important. That was disgraceful, disgusting, disrespectful, dangerous, and bad for not just Ukraine, but bad for American national security. It felt un-American. It felt traitorous. I've never seen a reaction from veterans
Okay,
of
calm
all
down.
backgrounds.
I understand why they would say, oh, it's disrespectful, because you don't generally want to see world leaders who are supposed to make a deal shout at each other in the end. You know, that's what we should avoid. But I don't know why you would use the word traitorous. You could say, oh, it's bad to American national security because it looks like we are sending the message that we are not willing to send up to allies or whatever. But traitorous? Come on now.
It's because traitorous is a really tasty word.
Yes, I know. It's like the oh, we are funding the war in Ukraine. Look at how tasty that is, guy. It doesn't matter that it's not true, but hey.
It's got to eat it up.
In the last couple of hours to that disgusting, demoralizing display. So I don't even want to focus too much on what was worn. I want to focus on what was said and what happened. And that was a real low point for American leadership. And right now, it also, importantly, to focus on, makes America less safe. Our allies are less supportive. We have more people around the world who hate us. And America, in my view, has been
to be fair, that is correct.
Since
you think they hate us now?
The relationship certainly cooled, and all of America's allies were like, well, that wasn't very nice, and they disliked them more. Like, so that part is correct.
That's always that the international opinion of the United States has been like that.
No. I'm not referring to international opinion. I'm referring to specifically allies with whom you have military alliances.
Okay,
like, I don't care about the international opinion. That's some vague fucking nonsense.
Like that has been like that for. I mean, you can go far as back as people making statements, and just if you're talking about like the political opinions or the general population opinions, because those, you know, you can separate those two depending on what we're looking at. If we're looking at population opinions, that's Americans are used to it. You know, like that's not something that we're not aware of, and if you aren't aware of it, because it's because you just don't care. You know, I've traveled abroad in several different countries. I've had the fortunate ability to meet a lot of different people from different countries. And that's just kind of something that is just a reality. And I don't personally find, like me, I don't really care what the French think of me or my government or my country. I don't really care what Canadians think of me or my country or my government. At the end of the day, and this is returning to a previous thing that I said, you know, we are, like it or not, the big dog. So nobody cares what the little dog yaps about if you're the big dog, because the emotional kind of resonance of the big dog is going to ignore the little dog, because if he wanted to, he could eat the little dog. Now, obviously, that's not a good thing, and that's not what's going to happen. That's not reality, but that's what we're talking about, going back to perceptions of people who live within the big dog, who are the big dog. So I don't know. There's a lot of politicians, or not politicians, a lot of media people who are trying to kind of like play up this moment of, or this point that our relations with allies or international relations, and it doesn't really. It's not a convincing point for me, because, like I said, who cares? At the end of the day, the policy is going to talk, and whatever is decided is what's going to be decided.
So building on that, and a topic from earlier about skewed perceptions, considering how Trump has been covered in the media for the past, decade now, is it fair? It feels like people's opinions of America with Trump in charge aren't necessarily going to be fair. Trump is such a polarizing figure that we can't just talk about what the policy, because they are because of the personality. And I think back to Biden. I feel a little rambly, but please hear the topics for what they are, more so than the specific question. I remember seeing videos of Biden going into other countries, and he would have, his old man moments where he doesn't know what's going on, and foreigners being so uncomfortable or laughing. And it's like, I would rather foreign countries not like Trump, but have Trump be doing decent things, than have someone like Biden that is a laughing stock who can't form sentences.
People like that.
A little secret about business relations, or in this case, political relations, or relations among diplomatic relations. You don't have to like the guy. That's not a prerequisite. That's never a prerequisite. You could have the nicest boss that you love working for, but absolutely tanks your company because he doesn't know what he's doing. Or you can have a complete asshole boss that you hate, but gets stuff done.
Think about it. Russia could be led by a really nice-looking, gentle grandma who still does all of the things Putin does.
Yeah. The perception, like when we talk about how, because at the end of the day, you're going to have to make these diplomatic relations happen. It doesn't, it can make it harder if you don't like the person, or obviously we saw that with Zelensky and Trump, but there is going to have to be a concession going one way or the other, because the relationship is there whether you like it or not. And because this is where we're at geopolitically in the world in the 21st century, it is impossible to be isolationist so far as not having to deal with countries or leaders that you don't like. It's just never going to play out that way. And the leaders understand that. Leaders of countries know this. And that's why I always laugh when people will sit there and they'll decry, oh my gosh, this country is so horrible and so evil. And it's like, do you understand, like, the world leaders we do business with, and the amount of human rights violations they commit from Western standards on a daily basis? But we deal business. We get oil from Saudi Arabia. These are all things that happen. We had dealings with Saddam Hussein. Like, that's just the reality of diplomacy. And you can morally postulate about it all day and sit there and say, well, that's just wrong. And okay, well, reality dictates something else, and we're going to have to move forward with it.
Cool.
That's just the reality of a global economy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well said.
This is why diplomacy should never be conducted in public. I'm confident, and we now know that, for example, in World War II, there were heated disagreements between Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, and Winston Churchill.
True.
But we didn't see them broadcast on TV. This is a mistake to have it broadcast. This was not the moment that should have been televised.
Okay, that's an actually reasonable take.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't expect it on
That's why I
CNN,
included
but yeah.
I agree with old man.
Even though it was a clip through a clip.
It wasn't just a mistake. It was an ambush. I mean, this was a plan. This was
Okay,
a
calm the
politically
fuck down.
calculated.
This guy is like, he's so just revved up. All his words, it was traitorous. It was an ambush.
Yeah,
I saw
him
that
and,
thing. I knew it was planned. It must have been planned by the worst people ever. It was designed to be. Bad thing happened. It must have been going according to a plan of the bad people.
It was
I feel
guerrilla
like that's
warfare. They were
the
waiting
level
in
of
the
logic
trees
we are
for
working on
us.
here.
Ambush from all sides, right? No one would feel comfortable walking.
Oh,
into an
everyone was
environment like
planning
that
to
from
ambush everyone. Okay.
any country, and
Every
no one
side.
should be treated that way. From the reporter to the greeting to the mocking of his clothes, it was beneath America and beneath the White House to treat a guest in our country and a leader who is actively engaged in combat, who is right now losing his fellow service members, who's losing his women and children. His cities are being bombed, and we're talking about his clothes, and we're talking to him that way. It was victim shaming, which is what Trump.
Okay,
So I
not
thought that was a
victim
little over the
shaming.
top.
Please do not.
So not only was
I'm
it
a little bit
un-American
insulted
and
that you're
traitorous.
you're comparing a nation being invaded to like, oh, I was the victim of rape and I was shamed for it or something. Like, come on,
Did you see what Ukraine was wearing? Like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Did you see what he was
that
wearing?
they were talking about NATO membership? And look at all of those juicy oil fields in Crimea. Come on, they were practically asking to be invaded.
I hear what you're saying, but it was traitorous and it was un-American and it was victim shaming. Apparently.
My phone is going to. I'm losing. I'm 4% on battery. I'm gonna have to leave, guys. Maybe I'll be able to come back after I recharge it. I'm sorry. I have to dip. But thank you so much for letting me be here. And
Hey,
I
it was a
have to
pleasure
go.
talking to you, Hydra.
And you too, Jay. It was amazing. See you guys next time. Bye bye.
Later.
See you, sir.
And
Well.
then there were 3.
Yeah, this is getting to be a thin panel. Yeah, so there is a little bit more of this. I think I grabbed a couple of international things, but since Hydra's leaving, should we switch to a I don't know, lighter topic?
J-Mac, how's your game coming?
The game? Oh, so I've actually got some fairly, well, at least to me, pretty big news. We are going to be at DaveCon in Minneapolis in April.
Nice.
And we're looking,
DaveCon,
The
Minneapolis,
Festival of Daves.
April.
April, yeah. Which is, and we're looking at possibly hosting one of our games, well, at least a mode of our game at one of the tables. So we're pretty excited about it.
Nice.
That's awesome, man.
I've got a few. There's a few Twitter mutuals that are in the TTRPG sphere that I've talked to via DMs, and they're gonna stop by and check it out. And I'm like, I want as many people who are kind of in the industry to see it as possible, because it's like I thrive off of that kind of critical eye from somebody who understands the medium. And it's because if you're, it's just me and my business partner, so it's just me and him, and we've got a few other people working on it, but it's really small team, and so it's good to get kind of outside perspective to help with some of the finer mechanics, because you're building a game from the ground up. You're creating the rule set. We're not adopting a rule set, right? Everything is built from the ground up, so it's going to be really helpful to get that outside perspective.
That's awesome.
Building
and that's awesome
on,
that you're like open to feedback.
Yeah. To answer you, Lucy, we will be starting our alpha testing soon. We're hoping to shoot for the summer. Once we start alpha testing, we'll have the PDF of the rule book. So we won't have a physical copy, obviously, but we will have the PDF of the rules, and we're going to be disseminating that out to specific friends and family, which would include you, of course. So once we get to that point, I'm going to announce it. I'm going to let people who want to, even if they just want to read through it and just kind of get exposed to it. So definitely, we'll get you in there.
Can I play at your
Super
table,
excited.
J-Mac?
Can you play it? Yes, of course. I will have you know, though, as far as GMs are concerned, I'm quite the stickler, and also I am a theater kid. So you got to be ready for both of them.
Well,
Big on the
vice
rules,
versa.
big on the theatrics.
Excellent. Okay, J-Mac, interview time. While we're on the topic of games, what was your first D&D character?
My first D&D character was back in 3.5 it was when I was, let's see, I want to say in high school, 15 or 16, and my friend's younger brother was running a game, and me and my friend were like, hey, well, we're not doing anything, we're free, we'll jump in and play. And because I knew what Dungeons and Dragons was, but I never played it. And so I made it was an what's it called? I can't think of the term.
Drow?
It wasn't a drow. No, it's the
Neblin?
It's the
Dwergar?
term. I actually have my book right here. Underdark. It was an Underdark campaign. So I made a Kitten, the spider people. They had a homebrew for a bunch of the races, and so I did a Kitten rogue.
Very cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
that sounds
Alignment?
really
cool. Chaotic evil, of course.
Excellent.
Nice.
A man after my own heart.
Yeah, he was
Great,
a
your first
a
game.
shifty little spider guy, and it was a lot of fun. That way, and obviously, as when it comes to like RPGs, I always like doing these bombastic, crazy characters. I'm not a human fighter guy. Never have been, because
Same.
again, theater kid. So I would try to be as most bombastic. The second character I played was a high elf female, actually, a high elf ranger, and that was a lot of fun too. And that was playing a female character was pretty cool. So.
Nice. I do see the video you shared, Gray. We'll get to that in a moment. But Gray, what was your first D&D character?
I don't remember the name. I think it might have been like Brunswick or something like that. But I was just a dwarf. I didn't know. I like to think of him as a very stout little guy, but very tough. And yeah, obviously chaotic evil as well.
You're a dwarf.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a surly little dwarf. So I don't know. It was fun, but I don't know. Maybe I just borrowed that from like Gimli or something. It was nothing original, but fun to play.
To answer your two questions, darling, we actually, at least from the rules now, we call it our GMs are called GMs. We played with a few other titles. Obviously you want to be able to have an acronym for it, because it's just kind of like the standard. It's just part of the flavor, I think, of the medium. And we can't use Dungeon Master, obviously, because that's copyrighted. So you can't do DM for your game. To answer your second question, no, it is not a reskin of any rule set. In fact, we have an entirely different symbol-based dice system as well. However, I don't want that to scare you. It's kind of funny because a lot of people have really strong feelings one way or the other about symbol-based outcomes and dice. Our game is completely translatable to traditional dice. So if you don't want to buy, yes, no, I used to play Fantasy Flight all the time, which they did the Star Wars, one of the Star Wars TTRPGs. And I love it, but I always hated it because it's like if I didn't have my specific Fantasy Flight dice, I couldn't play it. It pissed me off. And so I was very specific. I was very adamant when we started. I was like, I do not want to make it that people have to have our dice. If they just have their regular, tabletop dice, they can use that. There's a really easy way that it translates. We've had tons of testers come through, people who've never even played games, like tabletop games, and been like, oh yeah, no, I get it. And so it should flow pretty simply.
Nice.
Another thing
now,
too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go on.
I was going to tell Darling too. Another thing about our rule set that I'm really, really, really proud of is that about 80% of our rules, 80 to 70, they're modular. So, we struggled a lot with what kind of age bracket or difficulty we were going to go for. I have my most played has been Pathfinder. I love more of the intricate rules. Like I like a lot of deep numbers. I like a lot of tracking of encumbrance and ammunition, all that. I like that kind of stuff because I don't know, maybe I'm autistic, who knows? But other people, like my business partner, he started with 5e, so he likes a lot more of the simpler and kind of open-ended. And so we kind of were struggling back and forth, okay, which direction we want to go? And we kind of settled of, oh, well, what if we had our rule set built in a way where you can basically plug in the rules that you wanted to compound on each other to make the game either more advanced or detailed or less.
Nice. My first character, or the character that I count as my first real character, came off the tails of the end of the group's previous campaign. It ended in them going to this like cave where some wizard was had kidnapped a bunch of townspeople, and then the campaign that we were starting right after took place like 60, 70 years after those events. So I had my character be a child that was trapped in the cave, like just about to be sacrificed. And at the time of playing, I was this octogenarian wizard necromancer who was like afraid to leave his house because of this event, and he was afraid to die. So he basically spent all his time in his house studying necromancy to try and stop himself from dying. And then one of the other players played his nephew or something, and basically the nephew convinces my character to go out with him, and thus the adventure happens.
The exciting event.
Yes. But the character that I played longer than any other character was a hobgoblin wizard who was much more into crowd control and support casting than your generic fireball acid splash stuff. And then that created tension among his family, who were hobgoblins, all about like just destruction and what have you with the magic. Thus, I leave to prove them wrong.
What's your favorite class that you played, or just in general, I guess?
Oh man, they
From
all
Dungeons and
have
Dragons, we'll
such.
say.
Sure. They all have such wonderful ness to it. I would ask me on any given day, honestly. But I would say I have most experience with the wizard. So that. Gray, what's your favorite? And then J-Mac.
Kind of a tank build of some kind. So I don't know. Usually that's like barbarian orc or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I enjoy that type of just smash. But
run in and smash things.
I'm simple. I'm simple. What about you, J-Mac? I'm sure yours is more involved than mine.
So I kind of have, there's two different perspectives I look at this. There's mechanics and then there's RP. If I'm looking at mechanics, probably, I would say probably Druid. I've had a lot of fun playing a Druid, and I like how many silly and crazy things you can get with your wild shape. You can start getting real wacky and stupid with it, which is always fun. As far as like RP is concerned, the most fun and probably my favorite character was a warlock that I played. And I think there's a lot of fun storytelling with your pack that you can kind of, if you have a really good GM that is, is kind of is involved with those choices that players make. I always try to be, but not every GM can do that. But if you have one, they can really play with how the pack works and mechanics with whoever, if you're the great old one, or if it's demonic pack or whatever. I think even now they have new ones like a genie or something. But there's a lot of fun things you can do RP wise with that. So
nice. So, Gray, would you like to set us up for this next video?
Sure. So this is a video that BMO has been kind of pushing for us to cover for a while. I think it went kind of viral about like 2.5 weeks ago, something like that. Now I'm blanking on the dude's name, but it's the guy who gets top billing on Anthem. But he has an interesting title, like your $70 doesn't entitle you to be cruel. And I don't know. I just thought maybe as a game maker, you might have some opinions on this. J-Mac, do you think just because somebody were to like pay for your game, they have the right to be mean to you?
Is this the video with the beardy guy who is like...
That's the one.
Yeah. I know this one.
The fact that you...
Are we good to cover it then? I saw a nod.
Bought a game that you didn't like doesn't give you the right to be cruel or unkind to the people that developed that game. You can have whatever opinion that you feel like towards a game. Even if that opinion is stupid and wrong, you are entitled to that opinion. And to some degree, you're entitled to express that opinion to the corporation, to the video game studio that created this game that you bought. You paid 70 of your own dollars for this game and it disappointed you. And you're angry about that. That is fine. You are entitled to be angry about it. And you're entitled to express that anger in certain channels. So why?
So to be fair to this guy, he does go a little bit further. I did edit this kind of heavily. It was like a 14-minute video, and I think I got it down to like 7. So I cut out some of the where he kind of repeats himself. Like,
he does that a lot.
You do have the right to be angry. So do watch the original if you want a little bit more context. I may have taken some of his context away, but he is saying you do have the right to complain, just not necessarily the right to be cruel.
That is such a
who gets to decide what that is?
It's so useless to say that.
And isn't it going to be different for each person? Don't we have a different line? Like, I know that's what we find with comedy. Like, people are easily offended.
Yes. When people talk, this has always been a point of contention. When people start using the language like cruelty, they're trying to elicit. There's almost like an implicit or underlying kind of you're inferring that there's almost action being taken, right? Like if I'm saying like, oh, I was so cruel to them, you're going to start picturing, oh, what were you like poking him with a knife? Did you strap him down and break his fingers? You know what I mean? You're going to start picturing more of actions that I was doing. And I'm like, oh no, I just call him stupid. And they're like, oh, that's it? There's a reason why he's using the word cruelty. Nobody, I'm going to say this, no sane person, no person with just a modicum of normalcy is going to say, oh yeah, wish death upon whoever you want, you know, oh yeah, you should dox these people. Like nobody who is just moderately normal, not even completely, just a little bit normal, is going to think that's a good thing. Most people are like, yeah, no, you shouldn't be doing things that are going to bleed into someone's private life, right?
For sure.
But
if that's a line that all of us have.
Exactly. But if I'm going to sit there and, you know, I can take one of two routes. I can say, oh yeah, that game was really, really bad, and I can break it down really professionally and say all the reasons why, or I can say that shit fucking sucked. Okay, both of those are incredibly valid as far as expression and what I want to say about a product I bought. One is not going to be less valid so far as what's allowed than the other. One might be more useful because it gives you more information. But if we're just talking about the right to be cruel, that is such that's a nothing statement. The right to be cruel. What does that mean? How does that materialize?
Well, he kind of explains it a little bit, but I mean, it still is nebulous.
Oh, I know he does. I know he does.
Don't get me wrong. But so as a creator, like, if somebody was to give you the feedback, I hope you never make another game again, or I hope your company goes under. You know, like that's shitty. It's not constructive criticism at all. But I don't know. Do you think they have the right to say that? Because that's kind of his example of cruel.
Yeah, of course. If I go eat at a restaurant and the chef gives me something that tastes like feces, and I go, "Oh my god, I hope you never work in this town again." Okay, well, that's sure. Maybe it tastes good, and I just think it tastes like feces. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
And it's kind of the parlance of our time as well, like internet speak. You know, you kind of have to go big or your comment is completely gone. So, you know, it kind of feels like you kind of read the comments and then possibly one-up them. So I don't know if you're ever going to stop people from saying something like
you're
that.
not.
But yours seem very tame. The you'll never work in this town again.
That
doesn't sound unreasonable.
Even like, look, there are a lot of times people will say just absolute heinous stuff on the internet. I'm not blind to that. Okay. And it can be really hard, especially if you're in a position that's fairly public and you're getting a lot of this targeted at you. I get it. So don't go on Twitter for like a week. So just say, all right, well, I'm going to focus on different projects or I'm going to do something else. Because one, you're not going to change that. I mean, I guess you could private your account, but you know, whatever. You could block hundreds and hundreds of people that are sending these things. Okay. But at the end of the day, if the line isn't being crossed where it becomes like a tacit endorsement of harm to you, then I don't see at what point a person is like, well, you don't have the right to do that. I watched his video. I watched the entire thing, and then I watched Asmongold cover it. And it was fascinating because he does a lot of like flip-flopping, because I think he hears what he's saying and he can understand that, okay, I can't just say this because obviously you do have the right. So he starts to put all these qualifiers on it and saying like death threats and stuff like that. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. Like you're not allowed, like that's actually against the law.
Yeah.
And to all fairness to him, the original was heavily edited, but I edited it way more heavily, and I think I probably took out some of those qualifiers since he kind of is repeating himself.
Yeah. And then the thing is, there when you work, and he does say a few things that I actually think is I don't want to say malicious, because maybe he's just, I don't know, not thinking about it, but he says things that are incredibly contradictory, where he focuses a lot about the onus of the consumer. He never, not once, talks about the onus of the developer. What he's responding to, if I'm not mistaken, is specifically because there was a lot of hate coming. I think it was Avowed, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
I think that sounds right.
One of the reasons Avowed got a lot of hate is because their lead art director was being incredibly vocal on Twitter in a very specific incendiary direction. You are going, if you throw shit into a crowd of people, expect that crowd of people to throw shit back. Even if those people deserve shit thrown at them. Like that's the cause and effect. Like that's what's going to happen. So when you start crapping on whether it be right wingers, left wingers, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a response from the opposite direction every time. And it's like these developers are so enclosed in their bubbles that they feel emboldened to say this because everyone around them agrees. And if they don't, they just don't say anything. So they're like, oh yeah, well, this is just common sense. This is just commonly accepted. Only the insane don't agree with me. And so then they say their actual insane thing. And then people who just want to play goddamn video games get mad. It's like every single time this happens. And so he's making a video saying like, well, you as a consumer, you may have the right to complain and you have the right to get mad, but you don't have the right to be cruel. It's like, okay, what about the person in the development team at whatever stage it is coming out and being cruel from their platform? It's like he have nothing to say about that.
And if we're going to adopt, you've hit the nail on the head, said it way better than I could have. If we're going to adopt the framework of it's not okay to punch down, the developers going after the fans, even if the fans attacked first, the developers going after the fans would be considered punching down, wouldn't it?
No, because they're in a position of authority, because they're the ones that are developing. They come from the even if it's not the individual developer, because they're just an underpaid person, code pusher. But the company, obviously, yes, that they are the especially if we're not talking about indie developers, talking about AAA studio, then of course it is. And another issue that I take with a lot of this is there is a lot of this kind of idea that you find in this specific circle of online discourse when it comes to games. You will not find this dynamic in any other industry ever. You won't find it in car manufacturers. You won't find it from restaurants. You won't find it from tech companies, from clothing companies. There is never an instance where a group of dissatisfied people are upset at a product, and then you get like, well, don't be cruel to Nike. You're never going to get that. Never happens. And what you also don't get is the people at Nike or at Apple or whatever coming out on their platform just throwing shit out into the crowd. You don't get that. It's just gaming for some reason.
Yeah.
By saying you don't get to be cruel.
This gets me so like fired up as it's like
me too. And like insofar as I'm willing to be charitable to the guy, I'm more than willing to say that there are a lot of mean-spirited fans mean-spirited criticism, and to be faced to work to pour your heart out into a piece of art and to have it poorly received and see it coming from thousands and thousands of people has to be stressful and hurt. I get that. I really do. But you cannot ignore the environment in which these kinds of interactions have become commonplace at the same time. And, you know, the response is not to attack the fans. So I don't have as much empathy, you know, beyond what I've just said for developers who come out and think that they can engage in some sort of way and then pretend that they're the victim.
Yeah, there's a common saying that's been around forever, and it is if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And everybody knows what that means. It means that if the heat is too much, then don't go into the area to begin with. If you can't how many times have we seen on Twitter if someone says something goes, "Ooh, wow, this really pissed people off." It's like, yeah, no shit. Okay. So, and if you can't then deal with that, which is understandable, that's the understandable part. Well, then you need to remove yourself from it, because you're not going to get it to stop, because you set the fire. The fire is raging, the heat is created, so you should probably go somewhere else if you're too hot.
Totally agree. That's why I don't have Twitter.
That's smart.
Well, because you spent $70. Let's walk through it. 1, you shouldn't be cruel at all. What are you doing? It's a video game. You don't need to go out of your way to cause harm to other people because of a video game that you don't like. On to point 2.
Now you're causing harm.
You don't know what.
Yeah, pause it. Yeah, again, I liken back to what I said. He's using the language like cruel and harm. There is a reason why people who are running defense for these kinds of things use the terminology that they use, because they are eliciting a specific emotion based on those words that is commonly accepted. If I said, "Oh man, I'm going to harm that person," and you're like, "Oh God, no, you don't hurt them." It's like, "Oh no, I was just going to say they suck."
But you don't understand, Jay. It's just a game.
Exactly.
That was his other point in
it
there.
is just a game, and guess what? This just a game sucks. It's like
he's using that as like that's a justified excuse. Like, come on, it's just a game, guys. Nobody should be angry.
No, that
rubs me the wrong way.
That is one of the dumbest things, because this is why I hate this. I really do. It's not just a game. Okay, this is escapism. The reason why people play video games, vastly speaking, is to escape a lot of these stressors that they have to put up with. Whether it's, you know, having to take care of kids, you know, if it's a stressful job, it's being alone, whatever it is, you are trying to sit down for a moment and you're trying to engage in an activity that will help you decompress. That's why we play games. That's why we even the games that are hard. And if we're given a game, we're given a product, especially one we've been sold one way, and then once we play it, it acts a completely different way, then yeah, I'm going to be very, very upset. And people often throughout history will voice the things about that make them upset. It's just reality. Some might be eloquent and say really pretty fun words. Some might be incredibly crass and angry. And that's just what's going to happen with it. There's nothing that you're not going to stop that at any point.
And isn't kind of the idea behind developing a game, aren't you looking to get passionate fan base, or a passionate fan base, I should say?
Yeah, a passionate fan base it's a double-edged sword, because yes, they are the ones that will give you the most shit when things are changed or when things break or don't go the direction they want them to. But they are also going to be your longest standing fans. Perfect example. I am a huge Pokemon fan. Okay. I have always been a huge Pokemon fan. I've since red and blue, I have been playing Pokemon. And I so far as I was involved, like competitively, I played competitively. I collect the merch, everything. I would literally buy, even when I didn't have money, I would try and raise money and mow lawns so I can afford both versions, because my brother would buy one and he would never trade with me, and it pissed me off. So I would do what I could to buy both versions. And so, yes, I'm a huge Pokemon fan. I have been so vocal in the past few generations because they have been dog shit. they have not been up to standards that should be what is provided by a company like Game Freak, a subsidiary of the Pokemon company, in which is included in Nintendo. Like, there's no reason that they should be delivering the shovelware that they have been. And it's so much that I told my wife, I was like, because they just had that Pokemon Presents, and they announced the Legend ZA, or whatever it's called, Kalos CA, and I told her, I was like, this is gonna be it. Like, I might not buy this one. I was like, this is gonna be the first time I don't buy upon release. I was like, I'm gonna wait to see gameplay footage. She's like, wow, really? I was like, yeah. And I've been burnt. I'm the white whale, and they've lost him. And so, yes, you don't necessarily want to always cater towards your fans, but you don't ever want to forget them either, because they're the ones that made you what you are.
Agreed.
Really well said.
It's simple.
Yeah, and I think with that passionate fan base, you're going to get some people that are, going to be angry about anything. I'm sure any change is going to rub someone the wrong way. It's something that they love. So I don't know. It, like you said, it seems like it comes with that territory, but that's the territory that you're hoping to get, not just a casual fan.
CS Pappy, to answer your question, I wouldn't do it personally, but ones that you could, it would be Vaporeon, Leafeon, and Flareon. Sorry. I would do Espeon.
No, that makes sense.
I would say Espeon before Flareon.
And what does picking Sylveon say about a person?
That you like tentacle porn.
Good to know. Favorite Pokemon, J-Mac, go.
Dunsparce.
You are amazing. You are the coolest person. Great. Favorite Pokemon, go.
Pidgey.
Pidgey's good.
Strong choice.
What about you, Glorious Emperor?
Ask me on any other day, but today I'm feeling Abra.
Okay. All right, cool. I like Abra. Got some Gen 1 action in here. I like it.
Yeah. Although I'm very fond of the bulk of poison types.
Yeah, poison types I love them so much too, and they don't really get as much love.
Totally agree. Which starter did you pick?
In red, I picked up. So first one I did was Charmander. In later editions, once I've found out about the toxic leech seed, I would always pick Bulbasaur.
Nice. But did you get Tangela Toxic Constrict?
No, I never did. I never got Tangela. It was always a pain in the ass to catch her. My favorite Pokemon to use in Gen 1 was always Gyarados, though. Gyarados was always like, as soon as you buy him before Mount Moon and you just grind it to 20, just steamroll everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gray, who was your starter?
I mean, you can't go wrong with Bulbasaur.
I guess I'm the Squirtle guy here.
I mean, Squirtle is second best, but, Bulba.
Who doesn't love a squirrel turtle?
A squirting Squirtle turtle. A Squirtle.
And have you seen Blastoise?
I know. I was just going to mention Blastoise, man.
Blastoise is a big boy. I like him. I do. And his Mega is really cool, too.
Yeah. Gosh, I don't think I've played since X and Y was new.
No, I played them
up to that.
Except the mystery game, the mystery dungeon games. I never played those.
I vaguely remember that. I liked the idea of playing as a Pokemon and then as a human turned into one. That was always neat.
Yeah, apparently the stories are really fun with those. So I have them. I'll revisit. I will get to them at some point.
Can I ask you? Nice. So J-Mac, you were saying that you're not digging the newest ones, and you might not even be a first day adopter of it.
Yeah.
Do you think you're being cruel to the studio, or do you blame anyone in particular there for it, or are you just blaming the whole the studio as a whole? I guess.
So me personally, being the gentleman that I am, I tend to try not to be as hyperbolic or bombastic. I mean, obviously talking I will be because I'm a passionate person. But when I'm in typing something, I can be more measured in my thoughts. So usually when I'm criticizing, especially I came out against, what was it? Scarlet and Violet. I came out against them pretty hard because I I actually had a fairly good experience with Legends Arceus. Except I remember I downloaded Legends Arceus the night I had it released, and the first when you start, you like wake up on a beach and you walk towards like inland, and I remember I'm walking in there and the rock just like pops in, and we're not talking like pop in from way down. We're saying like my character was like I don't know 10 feet away, and it just like popped in, and then you walk back and it would pop out, and I walk forward, it pop in. I'm like, okay, come on. Like shit like that, to me, when we're talking about current gen, I mean, it's the Switch, so how current gen is that technically? But you know what I mean. There's no reason for that. That's just really crappy optimization, and that's what it comes down to.
So would you blame an individual for that? Would you like start looking up like whoever in the company is like quality control or try to think the department?
Unless a specific developer or someone came out in defense of it, I will always bring it back on the game director and the company, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are either pushing for crunch or they're the ones that are signing off something that they're shown. And I do think that there is a lot of a lack of skill as far as and it's kind of funny because this has been true since Red and Blue, or I should say Green, that the Game Freak, they're not the best coders. They never really have been. They usually, if you people have taken those old games and they've reversed the code to see like, okay, well, how was this? And it's like it's a mess. You know, they cram so much shit on there. I mean, even in the old games, you get slowed down in certain areas because it's like they just didn't know what they were doing, and that's fine. A lot of people didn't in the early days of gaming and Game Boy, but that's just kind of has been a continuing trend every generation, and that I would almost forgive a lot of that as far as like performance is concerned if there was still a lot of the fun art direction that the sprite games had. I think Generation 5 really did a good job. They finally started having like animated sprites, and it was really cool because they were always so much character and so much life, and there were so much personalities in the game still. But then when you transition to 3D and Sword and Shield, or not Sword and Shield, sorry, Sun and Moon, it's like all that just went out the window, and it just became so flat and devoid of a lot of that personality. I mean, it's funny to see like 3D models compared to like the old 2D sprites, and the 2D sprites look more alive and like the action depicted. And it's just it's almost like it's like to me what makes me so pissed off is just the fact that they're subpar. And so yeah, I would be a little cruel to Game Freak and say what the fuck are you guys doing? And I'll tell you, and I know what they're doing. They're making money. They don't care. Every game sells, makes millions and millions of dollars. Why do they care what some schmuck like me says? But the reality is that will only go so far. Because even though I was pissed, I started getting a little upset towards Generation 7. I was still kind of on board for a while. I was mistaken too. Kalos is when they went to 3D, but regardless. Generation 7 is when I really started like, okay, this stuff is going downhill. But I still bought every version, baby. I bought Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I bought, Sword and Shield. And it wasn't until they came out with Scarlet and Violet, I was like, I'll just get Scarlet.
Interesting. Yeah, I think they certainly became a victim of their own success in several ways. A lot of people give flack to the Gen 1ers, but the first and second gen were, in terms of Pokemon designs, created essentially by one person.
Yeah.
And each subsequent generation, more people kept putting their hands in it, and there was just this loss of a consistent creative design element. And I think specifically there was a point where they stopped, where they changed the shape of Pokemon's eyes. From being like square and aggressive to being round and cute. I think that had a big effect as well. I did recently see a fan-made 3D Pokemon, cinematic's not the right word, but gameplay of a would-be fan-made game, and it brought in the old watercolor art.
Yeah, I love that.
It looked so great. I miss that.
Yeah, no, I love the original Pokemon art. It's got like I said, it has a lot more character to it. There's something about it that sets it apart. It's kind of funny because a lot of the inspiration I took from art when I was younger was from like what's his name? His name's I think it's Sugimori. Ken Sugimori is the original artist. And then so like I took a lot of inspiration for that, like original Super Mario World art, things like that. A lot of round, fun features. And you're talking about all the original designs being made by. I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna get his name right.
Speaking of which, I've got a fun game you have to play.
What?
Go on.
I was gonna say yes. His name was Ken Sugimori was his name. But so with our game that we're making, like I design all the creatures. I mean, some of the concepts I've got a few artists that do, but like I take those concepts and I make the creature. So every creature in our game has been designed by me, and it's you have this unified presentation that is you can see it even if one of them comes from an East Asian inspired region or one comes from like a Greco-Roman inspired region. There's still a lot of these consistent design choices that I use because it's just my style.
Right. Okay, J-Mac, this is the ultimate quiz that you're gonna play.
Okay.
Can you name from memory in 15 minutes all of the original 151? Do you want to do this? We don't have to do this right now.
Not in order, right? Because I don't know them in order.
Not in order, no. Although that's actually how I would like play through the game in my mind, and I would go, okay, starters, Pidgey, Rattata, okay, Spearow Mankey, Nidoran's, okay, Weedle, Metapod. That's how I would. That would be my strategy, but
no, I bet I could. I could probably name them all. So,
do you want to, or should we not? Is this a good or bad idea?
That's up to you. I mean, I can do it real quick, probably.
Let's go. I'll type as you name.
All right, you've got I know number 1: Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise, Charmander, Charmeleon.
How do you spell Venusaur?
Venusaur.
Okay, and then you got Squirtle. You got the other
Squirtle.
starters.
Yep, Wartortle, Blastoise. Then you've got Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill. Then you've got Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Pidgeot, Spearow, Fearow, Rattata, Raticate, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Sandshrew, Sandslash, Ekans, Arbok, the Nidorans, male and female, Nidorino, Nidorina, Nidoking, my boy, Nidoqueen, my girl.
One sec. Okay, Nidorina. Okay, go on.
Then you've got Clefairy, Clefable, you've got Voltorb, Electrode, Electabuzz, Magmar.
One sec. Okay.
Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, and Victreebel. Stand, I say, as I skipped some, I got to go back and see. What did I forget? Boop, boop, boop. What I'm doing is I'm going through the game and what you can catch. Abracadabra, Alakazam, Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Onyx, Paris and Parasect. I forget those guys a lot, but that's because they suck. Let's see. Paris, Parasect, Graveler. I said Drowsy. Did I say Drowsy and Hypno?
Nope, but you did now.
Drowsy and Hypno. Krabby and Kingler. Mankey, Primate, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee. I said Clefairy did I say Clefairy and Clefable?
I believe so.
Okay. Machop, Machoke, Machamp.
Nice.
Psyduck, Golduck.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. I said Voltorb. Oh, Magnemite, Magneton. We'll get Magikarp and Gyarados. My favorite. Ghastly, Hauntor, and Gengar.
Nice.
Grimer, Muck, Coughing, Wheezing, Mr. Mime, Tangela, Kangaskhan, Rhyhorn, Rhydon.
One sec. Kangaskhan. Oh, got it. I heard Rhyhorn and Rhydon. Okay, go
on. Chansey, Doduo, Dodrio, Eevee, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon. Let's see. Go to there, go to there, go to there. I see the line, go to there. Oh, Diglett and Dugtrio. Diglett's Cave. Let's see. Let's do the birds. Let's get those out of the way. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Horsey and Seadra. The Kingdra's the evolution in Gen 2. Aerodactyl. Ammonite, Omastar. And then Kabuto and Kabutops. Who am I forgetting? Let me think. Going through. Oh, Tentacruel. Goldeen and
underrated.
Yep. Oh, I love Tentacruel. His special defense is amazing. And then I said Goldeen and Seaking.
Got him.
Zubat and Golbat. Oh my god, freaking Zubat! How can you forget him in the caves? Jeez, God, man. How many times you run into him? I said Paris and Parasect. Let's think.
Who's a famous one you might not have thought of yet?
Oh, Pikachu and Raichu. Screw that guy. That rat sucks. Pikachu and Raichu. My goodness, Clefairy should have been the mascot. Way better.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I miss Fat Pikachu.
Yeah. God, my brain keeps going to Gen 2, and I got to get that on my head. Let's see. I said Doduo, Dodrio. Let's see. You got the on screen. Let me see what I'm missing.
Perhaps there's some bigger ones?
Yes, Starling.
Big ones.
He's got 108 out of 151 with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Oh God, I gotta get the rest of these. I know. Well, I'm trying to save like some of the last ones to finish off strong. But let's see. Who am I missing? Am I fighting gym? I said Primate, Mankey. I said I said Coughing. Ditto. Don't forget Ditto. Dragonair or Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Let's see.
Nice.
Let's go through my gym leaders. Tangela. Lapras. Lapras is a big one. My Surfer. Misty. Staryu and Starmie. See what is then the Abra line. Instead, the Ghastly line. Let's see, who does Koga use? He uses poison. Venonat and Venomoth. Let's see.
Darling, it should be shared on the screen, I think.
I'm forgetting. Pincer and Scyther.
Hey.
Can't forget the bugs. Pincer and Scyther. Tauros. I almost said Buffalon. I was like, no, that's Gen 5. I told you I'm mixing up my generations. I said Electabuzz and Magmar. Jinx, racist Jinx.
It's seriously not on. I feel like you guys are trolling me.
I see it. You get 121 out of 151.
Hey, I said Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard.
Okay.
Yeah, I said them. Let's see. I'm looking at the screen now. Whatever. I wanted to save him for last, but I'll get Mewtwo and Mew in as well. Oh man, who am I missing? Let me think long and hard. That's what she said. Going through. Let's go through my routes. There. Dangerous and Slash. I said that. Oh my god, I have 2 plushes of him. Snorlax.
Hey,
that was the big one that I was thinking. I didn't
the
mean
big
like,
boy, yeah,
popularity. I just meant big.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. After I was like, that's who was after Aerodactyl. All right. Meowth and Persian.
Meowth.
Yeah, Meowth. That's right. Let's see.
I can think of a few if you want a hint.
No hints.
Okay.
I either pass or fail by the grace of Arceus. Gee, who am I forgetting? Did you get cough? I said coughing and wheezing.
Coughing.
Yeah,
I think I got them.
Oh, did you? I didn't see them on the list.
Well, they're not going in when I put them in, so they're in.
Okay. All right. For your pleasure. Shelter and Cloister. A lot of names I remember from memes. So, like, oh man. God. Ice type. Seal and Dugong. Literally just names of animals. Some Pokemon that gets tough. Yeah. This is all your trash tier of them, right? Like these are like the last bit, the Pokemon that you're like trying to wait to. You forget that it's in the game until you encounter the one guy who has it.
There's a pretty big one in terms of power.
I got him. Execute, Executor. Safari Zone.
God, how am I gonna Executor? Execute.
Got it. For your pleasure, bigger Lickitung. With one of the worst evolutions, Licky Licky.
Yes.
I hate Licky Licky. Licky Licky is.
Oh, come on.
No.
Who doesn't like Licky Licky?
I don't like Licky Licky. I think they got rid of his tail. It's like he's just a big brown blob now. Geez, so I feel like I'm forgetting some single ones. Farfetch'd. I said Executor, Execute. Big Story in Lavender Tower, Cubone and Marowak.
Nice.
God. I'm like right there. It's like I almost have them. Oh, I just twisted my arm. Ouch.
Ooh. Only 12 more. You got this.
Oh man. Fire types. Let's just go by type. I said Magmar. I said, Vulpix and Ninetales, and then Growlithe and Arcanine.
Thank
There we go.
you.
Okay. Let's go through water types. I said Goldeen, Seeking, Horsey. I said, oh God, I'm not going to get this, am I?
I don't think you said the line. There's a chance you may have said the line, though. But I don't think you did.
Oh, I'm going through water types. Oh, Poliwhirl, Poliwag, Poliwrath. Who am I missing? I got, see, after, is it another version exclusive? Oh, water types. Slowpoke, Slowbro.
Great.
Fire types. Fan club
Just
member, Rapidash and Ponyta.
Great. That leaves one more.
Who the fuck am I forgetting?
Oh, I know who it is.
You've got just less than a minute. No pressure.
Hold on. Stop.
54 seconds.
It's not. I have one more. So it's not. It's a single. It's not an evolution line. It's towards the. Well, ow, shit, my muscle. Ow, I did arms today. Porygon.
Yes. You got it.
Woo. Oh, with
38 seconds to spare, man.
Oh.
Charles, it's your turn. Can you name every? Can you name from 152 to 300? You got this.
What does this have to do with journalism?
Absolutely nothing. It's Pokemon.
Okay.
Well, we just made headlines. Base
You
man
gotta catch
names
'em all, sir.
original Mon.
No, that's really awesome. J-Mac was able to name all of the original ones. Something I would have crashed and burned at.
Oh God, I think it gave me an actual headache too. Jeez, you know what though? Having them up there, the Pokedex helped because I was able to see which ones I was missing. So I don't think I would have got Porygon if I didn't just have that one left.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to explain, Charles, but we were watching this video about the right to complain, and J-Mac happened to mention how passionate he was about Pokemon, and Dorcas called him out, and definitely got owned.
It was a long spiral.
We all know
Dorcas, I think you got your head shit on.
Yes. Apparently.
Well, I don't know how many
that's
there are
awesome, man.
total,
Very
so-
impressive. I don't know if there's anything that I know 132 of or 131 of.
Is the press calling me Hydra? You calling me a cheater? I cheated on one, and you know what it was? It was Snorlax because I glanced over at my plushies. I see him right there on my
That's a
couch.
cheat. I mean, you had no way of knowing that we were going to quiz you on Pokemon, and we didn't say hide your plushies before you joined the stream. That's on us.
Big fat boy right over there, man. I love it. He's so soft too.
I remember being a kid and wanting a Snorlax bed.
Oh yeah, like the big beanbag. I know. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh man.
Well, welcome, Charles. You came
Charles.
into the fun time. My dogs are barking.
Apologies. The wife is home today, and we watched this. I guess it's on Hulu. It's called Star here in the UK, but it's a documentary about this wife who blogged, and apparently she was abusing her kids.
Oh no!
And it's a 3-part docu-series, and it gets really, really gnarly.
How did you vlog that?
Sounds. Is that the one who did the vlogs and stuff?
Yeah, it's like a family vlog, and
Yeah.
did
My wife went to high school with her.
no kidding.
Small world.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yep. So it was like a big deal because it's the girl from Utah, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. In fact, it was funny because we were laughing because her last high school reunion, we're like, oh, wow, well, she's not here.
Yeah, kind of busy.
Yeah. I was preoccupied.
Little visitation.
And she's got an excuse.
Yeah,
It was an enjoyable watch, though.
enjoyable.
It was
captivating. It makes you second think. Go on.
We watched some captivating abuse without you as well. It would have been nice if you had joined in our abuse, but you know.
What was your abuse?
The Trump Zelensky thing. When certain people described it, it was, victim blaming, abuse.
Traitorous.
Traitorous.
And it's funny because we can say all those things to you, Charles, and you have to guess from which political direction they came from.
Ooh, that could be your quiz, Charles.
Traitorous? In regards to which party? In regards
I'm
to
not
which
going to say.
person?
You have to guess.
You got a 50-50 shot. Or you could do a wild card. It could be Kanye.
No, it would be
UKIP.
33%, wouldn't it? Democrats, Republicans, or Zelensky. 33% chance to get it right.
Fair enough. I was thinking U.S. or outside, but fair enough. We can go more granular. 33%. It was not UKIF. We'll give you that as a gimme.
Damn it. I'm going to say the left in regards to Trump.
Hey!
Wow. Yes. It was
Well done.
a veterans' rights Iraq War veteran who thought that it was very traitorous, treasonous, and un-American.
And victim blaming.
Yes. Yes, and victim blaming to have Zelensky treated that way. Interesting.
Darling wants to know, though, if we can coax you into playing Garlic Phone, J-Mac.
So I don't know what that is, but sure.
Excellent.
Okay.
My mom always taught me if you don't know the answer to something, you just say yes.
Well, that's a
Well,
Okay.
Well, she's in prison, so.
Still, hell of a life.
Well, it is about that time. So, Charles, if you'd like to give any of your opinions while I try and set it up.
On what?
Either mean-spirited responses to game devs
I have
or
nothing on that.
the Ukraine situation.
I will say that it's interesting being in the UK, and they're first they were butthurt about JD Vance and what he said 2 or 3 days ago about people haven't fought wars in 20, 30 years or whatever. But now they're all internally fighting because of Brexit. They're not considered a part of Europe for the discussions on what to do with Ukraine. So
oh, that's hilarious. I didn't think about that.
So they're not at the
Maybe
table.
not hilarious, but
Well,
yeah.
it's funny.
Huh, I did not anticipate that, but that really kind of makes sense. Well, can I ask you, as a current non-American, were you offended by the attire? Should he have worn a suit?
I have to say yes, because I was just a week earlier. Like, we have record of me being offended by someone in the Oval Office not wearing a proper suit. So yes, I have to say yes. If I was 2 weeks ago, I have to be last week.
I thought it was more the trucker cap thing, but fair enough.
Mr. Gray,
didn't
would you
match your
kindly
headwear.
spread the link far and wide in the chat? Please?
I could do that.
So what is garlic phone? What setup do I need here? Do I need to switch to my PC now, or?
It's like Pictionary.
Probably, yeah.
You might have
Would be
to,
best.
or you could.
Well,
yeah,
I
you'll
still
probably
have my PC's working now. I have my link now, so I'll just close this and then open it from there, right?
Yes.
Yes, although technically you could stay on your phone and just play on the computer.
Okay, I can probably do that. Maybe. Let me.
Whatever's best or easiest.
Yeah. I'll do that. I'll do that. I don't have to worry
It's
about.
a little bit of typing, a little bit of drawing with the mouse. It's kind of.
My MFA skills are beyond superb. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
I won't use my tablet. I've got a huge Wacom tablet, so I'll leave that.
So do I.
I mean, if you want to, that's awesome. We definitely have
it's
somebody in
literally
the
my
chat
second
who.
monitor. See?
Oh, that is awesome. But we have somebody in the chat who always shames us with his amazing tablet drawings. So
Yes, as
Have at it,
Paffy
you guys.
said, that's the other thing I learned being here in the UK. During World War II, apparently Churchill went to the White House in in garb that was not considered dress attire, but it was solidarity for the war. So,
were you particularly
thank you.
offended when you saw Zelensky not wearing the suit? I got to say, it was a little snazzier than just a T-shirt. But
Yeah.
he's in a time of war.
I don't think
I understand you're being
Yeah.
consistent, but did you actually feel any way about it?
it wasn't at the top of my mind. And nor
Fair
was he
enough.
standing behind the president. I just felt like the office. There was a lot going on. I don't know if the attire was at the top of that, and certainly not like if an official had asked him about that. That I guess that would be one thing, but for Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend to ask is. I don't know.
We didn't even get to who that reporter was.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
no, I knew who it was. Yeah.
We've made
Darling,
it through
is it
about
showing now?
2 minutes of each of these videos. 2 minutes takes us an hour to get through, so
If that.
fair enough.
As is customary.
Yeah. Well, final question for you, Charles. Do you think it was a setup on either side? Was this thing staged?
For the left or the right?
Either that or America or Ukraine.
No, because
I may.
No, because America had something to gain from that. Didn't they have like the rights to the earth?
The
rare
raw
earth? Yeah.
earth.
Why would you purposely mess that up?
Hold on, Dorcas has something to say. He embiggened himself.
Why is the screen apparently not sharing?
It's sharing. Is it not? Yeah, it's sharing.
Darling
I
says
haven't
it's
gotten the
not.
link yet, so I don't know what I'm supposed to click.
Oh, sorry, man. Let me put it in all the chats again. Sorry, I forgot. Once you leave, it's not there.
Are you doing it on the phone, or are you gonna shoot it to me on something else?
I was just doing it through the chat since I thought you had the stream
Oh,
up
I'm
on
sorry. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay, so I just click that. Okay.
the should, and then you might have to watch a stupid little ad, or if not, you're good.
Wait. Okay.
You know.
It is seen now. Yes.
No. Right now I'm not seeing it on the stream, but I was a second ago.
If it's Dorcas
StreamYard's
sharing,
doing
I
this.
see it.
But I'm looking at the actual stream, and it's really strange. But it literally is us on the side, and then it's just blank in the center. I'm thinking StreamYard's having an issue today because
I could see it.
Okay. It should be up there.
There's a
right now.
I'm
an
telling you
unnatural
it's
amount of Grim
not.
Reaper people.
I'm telling you, it's not. Like, it's really weird. But if you look at the actual stream, we just see the blurred background, and it's just a blank space. But we're all to the side,
Gray,
which is really weird because.
Great. I may accidentally kick you. You are prepared to come back. Yes, if it happens.
Sure, I'm prepared for a kicking.
Okay, it did accident. I
Didn't have
not
to
like
literally kick
all, I didn't want to. There was a list of all three. Yeah, I'm. There was a list of all the videos that he shared below. Usually they go away when they stop getting shared. So it says now.
Well, I could have unshared
now we
those.
see, but I stopped sharing it.
You had to kick me out because I wouldn't unshare? Come on, man.
No, I was trying to.
Wow. I think we're good now. I saw it for a minute right after you kicked me, and now I don't know.
Gray, you should try not being so isolated. Share.
No, man, it's doing the same thing. It's blank.
Really?
So I wish we could let the chat see what we're seeing, but we're seeing the game all nice.
Yeah, I do remember
There is a
this.
bit of a delay. I see that,
Okay.
darling, but
Instead of
what I'm
tab,
seeing is
I'm going to
nothing.
try screen. Maybe that will.
Okay.
Or window.
Can you share it and then kick me or something? Because it showed up right as you kicked me.
Okay,
I
you
was
want me
talking
to
about cooking and stuff.
There's a lot of kicking in this. Usually,
Why?
garlic phone goes a lot smoother.
Wait.
Yeah,
are you
it's doing
saying
that same
garlic or
thing, man.
garlic?
It's
I
garlic.
say garlic, but I'm ignorant.
I know what this is. I've seen EFAT play this.
Yeah. Kicked for being ignorant.
I know
Greg.
this. I know what we're doing. Never mind.
It's less exciting now.
Yeah, I thought we're doing some kind of cooking challenge or something. Like Cooking Mama.
You have.
It says now they see. Okay. Darling says now we see. And I'm still sharing it.
It's there now. You just had to kick me. I'm the issue.
I also see that God's people need me.
Okay. I see we're all in. Let's do a normal. Yes?
Yes.
Deal.
Least
the room is nomads.
Wait. Yes.
Avatar talk.
Yeah, not sure if you're familiar, J Mac, but you just write a sentence, any sentence. They have one for you, but perhaps something a little special is what you want to do.
Okay.
It's your choice. You got 3/4 of your time remaining.
Zax illuminates the mystery. Thank you, Zax.
What is it?
If the admin is sharing someone else's screen and that person stops sharing their screen, you share a blank screen.
I don't think we were doing that because Dorcas was sharing his own screen, unless he's not the admin. I don't know. But fair enough.
Like some Contra code stuff right there.
Yes, we're at the end game now.
The Konami code, you mean?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, now we just draw a little something. All right. Oh, we don't have any ducks going. Too bad. I think it's too late. Aren't you glad you made it for this, Charles?
Either there's new lore or
new lore.
I wasn't
probably.
Here
I'm sure you got it's standard lore, and you got 2/3 of your time remaining to draw a masterpiece. And my dog is not happy about that. I'm not sure if that went through the thing.
No, didn't.
Okay.
Have you seen all of the centipedes?
I have, but it has been quite some time since I've seen those masterpieces. There's one scene in that first one that always gets me. I'm kind of looking forward to it. The dog.
Genuinely?
Yeah, like I don't know why. I just like crack up at it, but like as he's counting his dogs, just yes.
I don't know what this word is.
Well, you got about 1/3 of your time to figure out what that word is. Good luck. Don't worry too much.
Apology.
But yeah, time gets less each time, so always good times.
So you're saying this is going to be the best high quality one, and the rest is just downhill from here.
It very much downhill, very fast too.
Oh,
what is this?
Oh, I don't know how to spell that word.
Okay, where do I go for music? Feeding the ducks?
That's the one. That's the one. It seems like a decent volume.
Yes, Vanessa, we're in the end game.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think I have an idea who did this one.
No, don't break on me now.
And that's about a quarter of your time.
No.
I want to move on to the next part of the drawing.
Ah!
And that's about half your time. So, whoops. Yeah. On that duck music.
Is there? Oh, there's like a fill tool.
Yeah, we didn't tell you. There's tools. The arrows also are like backwards, so you can undo. But yeah, good times.
Somebody get Japan on the line. We need Kitten to move her limbs.
Oh.
Stream Elements says so.
Come on, where's the color?
I had more time to spare, but whatever. I'm satisfied with my work. I'm okay with getting a C.
Can't fix perfection.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, no. See what
is this?
Oh. Man, I'm ill-educated for this.
Okay.
No.
Well, only one more round to draw. Final drawing round.
What? I don't
know what this means.
You got it. I believe in yous.
Oh, this is going to end up looking like something very inappropriate.
It's kind of the point, isn't it?
Fair.
Hey,
Touche. I don't know if this is a... When we laugh at me later, just remember I don't know what I'm doing.
He knows not what he does. And that's about half your time. Hopefully your masterpiece is getting there.
Not like how the red and the orange are like, I can't get a good, whatever.
I get it, and I agree. There should be better distinction. We need a real mustard color.
Indeed. I'm actually wearing a shade of blue today, too.
Right.
So I can fit my my cart. Yeah, it's navy.
You got about a quarter of your time left.
Toon self will match. Yeah, I think I'm wrong on both of these.
Stop.
It's the best I got for the...
I don't even think. And
all you have to do is name whatever you just drew now, or name somebody else's drawing, and we're done.
oh,
What am I supposed to do with it? Oh God. Okay.
Well, you got about a third of your time left to describe the masterpiece in which you were gazing.
Like, they run a room?
what was that?
I ran out of room. Damn it.
Oh, no.
So I know I drew a walnut, and
Oh,
that's all I'll say.
well, that's not what
That
I
might have been my bad.
Somewhere along the way, communications they collapsed.
I can't wait to see what I messed up so horribly on.
I think it started with me.
Game becomes the Pokemon master.
Oh.
I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Catches all
How did you know that was you? From just the
It's
hair.
the mohawk, baby.
Do the hair.
Nice.
Excellent.
It's my signature.
See, I
That's
could
pretty
do
good.
that
I
one
like
a little
that.
bit more.
I like it.
Game Max throws the Pokeball for number 151.
Communicate. Oh.
Oh. Buff
Quite
Mac.
impressive.
Game Max limited Pokemon.
I mean, that one stayed consistent. I think the rest of them have broken down communication, but I think we nailed it.
How did I save those?
Damn it.
Put them on my fridge.
I think there's a save button at the bottom, but I don't know. Dorcas, do you remember the save thing?
I think there's download.
Yeah, I think it pops up afterwards in the middle.
Okay, that's pretty awesome.
Angry.
Blue hair.
Your dad takes away
You can see it.
Bad.
I should have wrote Deb on his shirt.
Oh, is this going to get turned into Charles?
Oh, I bet.
Young bros turn in ninjas' hat.
Oh.
Oh, I know where this goes.
Yumbro. Oops.
I didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Nemo is hungry at the ninja out.
Kinda.
Looks like BMO.
I can see BMO in there.
I can see BMO.
I'm using traditional lore.
I believe I've got these downloaded.
Yeah, you did it. Whatever button you just hit, that was it.
A loyal American.
Oh, my bad.
This will get lost in translation no matter what. Oh, see?
I think it
Accurate.
goes off the rails pretty quickly here.
President Trump loving America, the bold and the brave.
I see it, knowing that prompt. But I think I see where Pathy went with this.
Nobody loves America more than spilled mustard.
Spilled mustard.
Pour one out for America, mustard style.
Oh,
Look at he's bowing. That's why he spilled.
Gray hails for America, even when bleeding.
Well,
bleeding.
okay.
I mean, he's kind of right. Is a mustard's blood not spilled? I mean, come on.
It makes sense. It follows. It's logically consistent.
Mustard bleeds seeds.
A peach meets a coconut.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about this. I think I turned it into a walnut.
Oh no.
Didn't budget my time well.
Peach hitting on a peach.
Question mark.
Oh, that makes sort of sense, yeah.
Oh. I can see where this could go.
In truth and chestnut greet each other.
No. I don't know what a
Good day.
beetroot is either.
Low coconut.
Hey,
Oh, so it is
We're back to coconut.
It went back to coconut.
I'm going to count it. I think it works.
I was like, I don't know what a beetroot is.
Now, she evolved behind him.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
I
even know what this one. I don't remember drawing anything akin to this.
Oh, I bet I know.
That
where
This
this
would be my
goes.
fault. I'm really sorry.
Mr. T is
It
not
seems so obvious now.
Oh, Mr. T.
Oh,
My brown marker works.
I see where we. I see where we went.
I apologize for this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
The couch is totally gone now.
I forgot to mention the couch.
I was going for one of those ugly sweaters thing.
Did that Cosby?
Well, I did say he had a sweater vest.
That's good, darling. I like that. The light lines for the reflection.
Yeah, I like Darling's take on it.
And Hydra doesn't see color. There you go.
Yay!
It's true.
There you go.
Hydra, the least racist among us.
Speak of the devil.
to be worn in the White House.
Okay.
Birthday suit.
Oh. Whoops.
I see how it's the Oval Office.
Whoops.
Oh, I totally see how this is what I got.
Whoops.
A man at your music event.
Okay. All right. There it is.
Oh, I get it. Yep.
On
Now
the
I
right
see.
side, it looks like a.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not on my A game. It's a pretty badass executioner hood.
Wrong man.
The whole thing is bad.
Proud dudes.
Guillotine spaghetti.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Look,
Crowd
there's no head at
ooze.
the bottom of that.
It's true.
No?
The crowd is oohing.
The strong leader executes his dissidents as the audience.
I couldn't fit oohs and ahs. Cut it off. As the audience wants. I don't know.
Buy book 2.
Gray dancing in a pool of pudding beautifully.
Oh.
Oh, pudding.
Mm.
Oh.
That is quite beautiful dancing, though. I'm imagining it's flash dance.
Whoops.
Gray drowning in pool.
You had to make it do a spell.
Yeah, I think this is where I joined the fray.
Gray poopy pile with stink line.
With stink lines.
Who did Gray hurt
Now with
today?
stink lines.
Oh, I did not realize those were stink lines, but
Gray
I should have.
Parts for money.
Oh.
They
Oh,
do
murder.
dollar signs. Yeah, all right.
Okay. I get it. Looks like a Mario pipe.
It does.
It does. Oh, this could have gone so many ways.
That was fun. I like that.
Do we have time for
Yeah.
one more before we wrap up?
I'll do one more.
All right.
Good.
Oh, the ducks are back. Oh, man. I like the sentence it has, but I can't copy and paste it. I want to add one word.
Nothing amuses me more than the things that I come up with. I don't know if that's narcissism, but I don't care.
Not quite. You got about a quarter of your time left.
I'm picturing what I would draw, so it's never going to be what you think it's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
That's about a quarter of your time. Not quite. Somewhere around there.
Oh my god, I almost did something really embarrassing.
Okay.
No. Not on this show. No way you could do that.
I almost did the American flag incorrectly.
I mean, mine wasn't completely accurate. I felt the time crunch.
As in, I almost did the wrong colors.
Oh, okay. I got the colors right. I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember the colors either.
Of any flags? Or just
of anything, of what it is that I'm trying to do.
You can name the Canadian flag colors, right?
No.
And your time is almost over.
Oh, come on. How you undo? Shit.
The arrow's on the bottom.
I got it. Lame.
I'm not proud of myself.
You're not the only one who's not proud.
Oh,
we know this one. Okay. Think I nailed it. Or I really screwed up. Either way. Your time is almost up.
I feel bad. Whoever wrote this, it's quite brilliant. I just couldn't read it. Oh.
Ooh, I don't know if I have enough time to give this the proper care it deserves.
Oh, you can change the line thickness.
Yeah, sorry, the line thickness is on the bottom.
Oh.
You can also change, yeah. There's a few things you can change. Part of the game that you don't know it until you need it, and then you get upset that you didn't know it earlier.
Trial and error, right?
Unfortunately.
I don't remember what this is supposed to.
Just one complete sentence. Just one.
That's how they spell that wrong.
Are we good on time? Because I'm fucked.
We've got.
You got about a third of your time remaining.
Oh, okay.
Answer your task.
Oh, that's not thickness. That's opacity. That.
Oh, it's thick. It's 2 C's.
Oh yeah, you can do both. The thickness is on the left, opacity on the right. That's how we roll.
Oh, opacity.
I had to draw that second part very quickly, so there's a quality difference. What the
Oh
fuck?
no!
Oh my god! I actually know exactly what this is. That's actually impressive.
I know who drew this, and
Sorry about that.
I feel quite sad for the prompt that I assume they got.
Oh.
Oh gosh.
Do we have a heated one today?
Ours got heated. We had to kick off most of the thinkers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But we were glad that you could join. You know,
I have plenty of time
you
to
made
get
it to
kicked
the
off. Then.
no, it's pretty fun. It was passionate. It was mostly peaceful, but good times. Did you have a good documentary, sir?
We watched. It was supposed to be 40 minutes, and we watched the entire 3-episode thing.
Oh, nice. I don't like those when you kind of get sucked in.
Binge. My one lesson is to not listen to family content creators.
Oh, come on. You don't think they're being real?
Especially if they're giving advice.
That's why I always preface all my family advice as being strictly bad.
Definitely bad. You got about 3 seconds left. So.
Oh shit! I read that wrong. Crap! Whatever.
Oh, no.
It's done.
It's done. What is done is done. Now all you got to do is name what you're seeing right now.
What?
I think this works. Hello,
Sort of.
Tomby. Good day.
Oh, that's practically it. Finish up your last words.
I didn't have to draw any.
That
things
didn't
I
make any
didn't
sense. Oh well. Whatever. Done.
Okay. We're going manual this time, or auto this time for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what
I'm going to kill the ducks.
Oh, yes.
No more feeding.
Ducks, may I see you for a moment?
Quack.
Charles Wesley.
Oh, Gray.
What?
I don't know what the bottom thing says.
Charles stumbles from an abuser.
Oh no.
Oof. Bad.
Oh no. That's a really bad man, Hydra.
Under the train.
Well, I suppose I did that there. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it went full circle.
Can it possibly be the trolley problem at least?
Maybe they did the math. This is the correct solution.
Charles has got to go.
Blessed Donald Duck protesting.
I really like how blessed that Donald Duck is.
Doesn't want to join UN.
Perfect.
American Duck hates the UN.
I misread a 2-letter acronym.
I mean, we assume them as well.
I guess, yeah, sure.
It was implied.
BMO hits on Pretty Nurse.
Aw.
Oh, that's pretty.
I think I know where
that's
it
really
goes.
Amy Harris's nurse, Joker nurse.
Sure, Joker nurse from Dark Knight.
Okay.
Joker explaining to Kate that he has AIDS.
Oh my God.
I got that back.
Green-faced man, he has AIDS.
One half is smiling, but all of it's sad.
Uncle Darling drank a little bit too much, right?
Oh, this goes dark.
Yeah.
Darling's tombstone. Drank too much.
Poor Darling.
So cute, Charles.
Darling's tomb.
It's fitting for Darling.
Moonshine bottle left in remembrance.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I had no time to correct it, so I don't care.
And a widowed bottle of moonshine.
That hooch will kill you.
Jane Mack sells home to afford that same-day suit for chats.
It's been due.
Well, Hydra has your caricature down pretty well.
Jane Mack gives his mortgage to streamers. Big money.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Jane Mack offering a ceasefire to the Gaza.
Oops.
Jane Mack calming a fight between Grey and BMO.
I couldn't draw more.
I mean, perfect. But sorry to hear about your house. Very giving, J-Mac.
That's okay. I don't pay a mortgage, so it equals 0.
American.
Oh, that's awesome. American Egghead. Ah, I can see how this gets to where it ends.
President Humpty Dumpty correct, but America is best.
The best country.
DJ, he is a crack egg who loves America. True.
That's awesome, darling.
He's hatching.
The whole J. Trump finally came out of his shell flagging hand.
Flag?
Pikachu has a terrible migraine while Ash yelled at him.
Oh.
I am so sorry. I misinterpreted this.
Oh,
Peter
no.
feeding a fine flower to Pikachu.
Oh.
I don't feel that bad.
Sorry.
Quality of course to Pikachu.
He is courting him. Perfect.
He offers roses to a haunted Pikachu.
That is a haunted Pikachu. That's creepypasta. It's Pikachu.exe.
Well done.
That was good.
Well, yeah.
Okay. J-Mac, what do you have going on?
Well, the aforementioned visit to DaveCon coming up in April, the weekend of the 25th, I believe. Other than that, nothing. I mean, I shouldn't say nothing. I got lots going on, but nothing that pertains to content creation or to the game or anything. So
Cool. Gray, what do you have going on?
Oh, funny you should ask. Content eventually, channel will exist again. But hey, if you guys want to see somebody torture themselves, Charles is doing a 3-part trilogy live streaming, I believe,
In a
at least the
row.
commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's watching all 3 Human Centipede films tomorrow, possibly because I doomed him to this fate. I just thought it would be funny. Well, I can only take partial credit for it. The people have spoken, Charles. They want to see you tortured. Yeah, he had a live stream goal where, he would watch a trilogy. I just happened to suggest this one, and his audience really enjoyed that. So, sorry. But yeah, I'll be joining him for at least the first one tomorrow. So I believe that's tomorrow night on Charles's channel, I think.
Indeed.
Can I make a request?
Oh.
Yes.
Charles, can you watch the South Park episode afterwards?
The Human Centipede. It
Yes,
is
Human
one of the
Centipede.
classics.
Ooh, I'll write it down.
Oh, we should. It's great.
It's just a regular episode, right? Like 20 minutes, 25 minutes?
Yeah. But it's a classic one. It's one of the better ones.
You wanted the asparagus or the banana? Cephalopod. The cuttlefish. It's a good one.
It's an awesome episode. But yeah, that sounds like the fun part, but that's only tomorrow. Do you have other stuff going on, Charles?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see how I do
It's
after
a scant
this.
10 hours of Human Centipede. Like, come on, you gotta have more in the pipeline.
Yeah, just make sure you bring lots of chocolate. I don't know, some apple juice with you. Just be prepared.
Plate of corn.
Corn and chocolate pudding.
Mixed together.
So join us on Charles's channel tomorrow for a good time. Tomorrow night, I believe, right?
Indeed. 9 Eastern?
Based. That works.
And then over on the No One Asked You podcast, I'm experimenting with streams. I did a stream. I took it down because I didn't like it, but there'll be more in the future, along with my usual Mistborn and Way of Kings stuff. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks, panel members. And